Hi guys. Hello. How is everyone's Friday? Hello, hello. How are you? How are you? Hey, hey. Really good, actually. How about you, Ghosty? Oh, I'm doing exceptional. I'm doing exceptional. Earlier was earlier was debatable. Earlier was debatable. Today, right now though, right now is good. Happy Friday, Ghosty. Hi, Cherry. Hello. Hi, Auntie. Hi, guys. Did you guys have good days? Oh yeah, we love exceptional. Yeah, I am exceptional right now. Listen, we don't talk about earlier. Yeah, earlier was like a fever dream. Like, right? Like let's just pretend it didn't happen. The the night the night is going to make up for it. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Thank you. I this week flew by and I'll take it, to be honest. Yeah, it was like a week from hell, wasn't it? At least for me it was. My best the best parts of my week was being here with you guys. Just streaming in general. It was a relaxing day and then it got a little upsetting over nothing. Oh, so I'm pulling myself out of that now. Oh, good. Well, this is the perfect place for you to be, to pull yourself out of that, cuz um I feel you. I feel you. Um, we have braved the flames in the frigid cold of hells. Yes, yes we have. Yes we have. uh, well, I am I am I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I spent the last 2 hours working on what I was preparing for this stream. 2 hours. Oh, more than that, because I spent longer than that on what, Wednesday? On Wednesday, working on this too. So, um, I am very proud, but also I am incredibly nervous. Oh, that's okay. I've been working the last hour on some stuff we talked about. Yes, yes. Um, I'm excited to go through the clips. Hi, Goat. Hello. Not counting what I did at work between calls. True. Yeah. I, you guys, you know how earlier in the week I was like, oh, we're gonna have a super special stream on Friday night? Well, it's finally time. And, maybe some of you can infer what we're doing tonight based on the title of the stream. But, I'm gonna I'm gonna do what has been requested of me since I started streaming. Um, I'll never forget. I'll never forget uh when I debuted in August. I'll never forget what it felt like to have people perceive my voice for the first time, and the amount of um I don't know, compliments and like outpouring of like support just for what I sounded like was absolutely crazy and unexpected. And I just never felt like my voice really stood out that much until I started streaming. And literally my debut stream on August 1st, I had so many people being like, I would I would watch you play anything. I would watch you do nothing. I would just talk to me. Just say words. I would literally listen to you read a book. So that's what we're going to do today. We are going to have a late night stream where I read to you guys, and I picked out a really nice book. Um, I figured after we do this a couple of times, maybe I'll let the community decide on the next book that we read. But I went back into my noggin, and I was like, which book really spoke to me that was, at least semi casket coded, right? Um, so I chose a book that I really like, that is near and dear to me, and I can't wait to share it with you guys. What is this pin? What is this pin? What is that? Welcome to the first ever Caskets Tome Time. How did you... Oh, that's right. You must have been in the chat and you saw the title before anyone else did. I was like, how did you know? Preemptively, but now I understand. I have worked so hard on the overlay for this stream, you guys. I have worked so hard on it. And my goal is to make sure that this stream is nice and cozy, very low maintenance for you guys, very comfy. I'm going for comfy vibes. And I'm really excited. I can't wait. But also, like, I'm a little nervous, not gonna lie, because it took me so long to work on the overlay. And when we actually get to that scene, when we switch over, you will know exactly what I'm talking about as soon as it happens. But it took me a long time to work on it. It took me so long I almost forgot to eat dinner. And I was like, well, I can't stream without eating dinner. So I did. I ate dinner. Okay, don't yell at me. Don't yell at me. I did eat dinner. But I ate dinner like literally right at 9 p.m. Right at 9 p.m. I ate dinner because I was like, well, I have everything I can do done. Anything else that needed to get done did not get done today. And that's okay. I'll have it prepared for the next one. But I needed to make sure I ate dinner, if only so Crimson specifically wouldn't yell at me. So, anyway, long-winded way of saying, I'm really nervous to do this because not only is it like a type of stream, like a stream format I've never tried before, but it's also me kind of showing you guys a little part of my heart, because the book that I chose is really important to me. So yeah, I guess I could tell you the book that we're going to be reading. It's called The Hazel Wood. It is a dark fantasy novel. Is your voice warmed up? Narrating can be a lot on your voice. Yeah, so that's why I was like, I'm nervous, right? And that's why that's why we opened up just chatting, because I need to warm up a little.
Your cadaverous pallor
Silver
betrays an aura of foreboding.
Oh, Silver, thank you. Thank you for the concern, though, King. I am, Oh, I got plenty of points. Oh, should we mute those? Not yet. I have them muted on the other scene. This one is fine. You guys can be as loud as you want here. I turned off, you guys will notice I turned off all of the, channel point redeems that are sound effect related, that are not ASMR related. Okay, sweet, no worries, just making sure, because that made me jump. Yeah, they are. My normal alerts are pretty loud too, so I get it. But yeah, no, I completely muted them. So they should still appear on the screen, but they're muted on the other scene. I literally set up a whole new thing in Stream Elements too. It was a feat, you guys. It was a feat. So anyway, yeah, the book is really cool. It's I actually have it right here. It's about I suppose I could read you the back of the book. Well, first, shall we test? That is something that I do need to test. I do need to test how loud those are. Muted-ish, that's a great volume. Yeah, it's quiet, good. Well, when we get over there, we're not gonna have music playing. Yeah, it'll be good. So yeah, if it ends up being too low though, like if you guys redeem it and it's too low, please tell me. Because this is gonna be a big trial period. Oh, I should clear this. I don't have tits turned on, so it's fine. Hi, Alex. Hello. Nice to see you. Yeah, I turned off all of that stuff. So you guys are you guys are going to see a different stream format today. And I think I'm going to try to do this like once a week, if not twice a week. You're a rock star. Thank you. I tried really hard to remember everything. I tried really hard to remember everything. And my voice was totally warmed up and then I ate dinner. So now I need to kind of like warm it up again cuz uh I couldn't do this on an empty stomach, but I also didn't want to eat as close to stream start time as I did, you know. So listen, I'll hydrate, I'll stream if I got to. Thank you, but then that's going to make me have to go to the bathroom. I'll still hydrate for you anyway. Hmm. Alex, how are you? It's nice to see you. Cass goes to the bathroom ASMR. Ew, no. Ew, no. It would just be quiet. Yeah, no. Actually no. Thanks. Exactly. Dead silence. Yeah. Cuz I would not take you with me. I would not take you with me. uh but yeah, is anyone here familiar with this book, The Hazelwood? I'm I chose it specifically because I thought you might not be. I thought it might. So, in my research, because I've been researching this for a while, um, I've been searching what other people usually read on stream, and I feel like they're all books that, personally, I don't care about. Just to be frank, like they're usually like, oh, classics that everyone knows and is familiar with, or they're picking, books that maybe match their vibe, which is totally fine. But I'm definitely a different vibe from the people that I was using for research purposes. So um, I'm glad we both did research on this. I'm honestly surprised you did, because I mean, hi, hello, it's me, Casket. I am providing the entertainment. I'm no, in all seriousness though, I'm excited. I'm excited to have a chill stream, like to just and to read one of my favorite books. Not just like not just for you guys, but for me too. Like it's been a long time since I've read this book. Um I I found this book. Oh, hi Nox. Um I found this book back in 2021 or 2022, something like that. Are you going to keep ads on while you're reading? And if so, are you going to pause the reading while they play? I am probably going to turn the ads off while I'm reading. Because I don't want any interruption. Um, however, not totally sure. Um, I didn't want to do it yet. I want to do it like when we get into it. But thank you for asking. Appreciated. Ooh, what book? Okay, so the book is called The Hazelwood. It is a fantasy book. It specifically reads like a fairy tale. But it is a little bit macabre and it's also modern. So it's a good marriage of like the fairy tales that you know and love, plus like it has a modern twist and it's kind of dark. So it matches my vibe too. Welcome to the library. Thanks, Nogs. Yeah, let me pull up Twitch actually right now and let me see what I can do about the ads, because that's a good point. Is that the ads can kind of take people out of it. Librarian Cass. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, librarian Cass, indeed. Okay. Uno second. Let's see. Ads. Hmm. Nerd Cass is is Cass non to the lore? Help, I don't understand. Casnon? What's a casnon? Is this a reference I'm not understanding? Wait. Oh, canon. Oh, oh. Hi, Mallow. Hello. It's a little bit of a stretch. It's a little bit of a stretch. Okay, I have the ads pulled up, so I'll turn it off when we are starting that segment. Oh, thank you for the stretch. I don't need it yet, but I'll do it anyway. Ah,
Your cadaverous pallor
Gary!
betrays an aura of
Thank
foreboding.
you. Levi, are you serious? Are you serious? You ruined it. You ruined it. Oh, yeah. Ah, I wonder what this is. I was just curious. Bitch. Bitch. Sorry, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I was looking away for 1 second. Yeah, I mean, if anyone was gonna do it, it was gonna be Levi, of course. Why would it not be one of my mods that ruins the surprise? You know? Oh, hey, it needed testing. It really didn't. I tested everything. No, it's okay. I just saw it and didn't know what it was. I know, that's the point. We were we were waiting. Gosh, Levi just barges in like the Kool-Aid man and goes, "Okay, let's." It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to do like a big reveal, but now you guys have seen some of it. It's all right. That's one of the new channel point redeems for the reading portion that we're going to do. For anyone that just came in, hi Zero, nice to see you. We're going to be reading a book tonight, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to try to attempt to not be so nervous. But I am excited. I am excited. Book reading with Cass. Yeah. Yeah, so the Hazelwood, like I said before, it's like a fairy tale experience, but it's a little bit dark. It's a little macabre. It's also set in modern-ish day. So it's gonna be fun. It's also a book that's really important to me too. So but I hope you guys that are just now joining us had a great Friday. My night has been very good. I've been toiling away at this. I think I've heard of the book. Really? It's really good. I was pleasantly surprised at how good it was, honestly. Oh yeah, I heard of this book. My friend Casket showed me a week ago. I did show you a week ago. Yes, yes. uh, um, let me actually, before we switch over, because I'm probably going to switch over in a few minutes here, let me check my VTube studio and make sure that that is okay. Perfect. So the redeem that Levi did is special magic that appears on the screen for when I'm reading. So it's just a toggle you guys can turn on and off that you didn't have access to before. And when you see what the setup looks like, you'll understand why it's there. Also, it's only around for 5 minutes. I'm realizing now I probably should put a description in it, so that way people know, but I kind of didn't want to. So that way it would be a complete surprise. So when people see it, they'll go, "Oh, I wanna activate this during the ASMR." But I'm realizing now that since I decided to do just chatting beforehand, I probably played myself a little bit. You do you, no rush. Thank you. Thank you. You know, in hindsight, I guess I could have paused the redeems. I mean, in hindsight, I guess I could have paused them until it was time, but I didn't want to forget to turn them on. That's the that's the other part, right? They're paused now. Okay. Okay, thank you. When we get over there though, I do need you guys to monitor the volume. Thank you, Crimson. Thank you. Also, do me a favor and can you refund Levi's redeem of that too? Because I think it's like 1,000 points or something. Um, since I canceled it manually on my end. Much appreciated. Hello everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. So I got you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Um, okay. I'm gonna hydrate. Are you guys ready to hear the book? I know I've only been yapping for like 20 minutes, but I am I think I'm ready. I think I'm warmed up. I think I'm warmed up. Mm. Okay. So, I'm going to hmm so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch over and then I'm gonna read you guys the synopsis on the back of the book. So that way you kind of have an idea of what we're getting into. Um, the book is gee, how many chapters is this? Let me see. The book is 31 chapters. It's not too bad. It's only like 300 pages or something. 31 chapters, 300 pages. And I'm estimating we get through maybe 5 to 10 chapters a stream potentially, depending on how long they are. But I figured what I'll probably do is I'm probably going to read it chapter to chapter, and in between chapters I will probably look up and talk to chat. So Crimson, I don't know if you want to maybe alter your pinned message, because that's what I was going to tell you to pin, is that I'm going to I'm going to wait to interact with chat until in between chapters. I'll add that too. Yes, please. Um, oh, I love the G. How many chapters is this? It's my favorite book. Yeah. It's pretty good. Um, okay. Okay. I think I'm done hesitating. I think I'm ready for the reveal. I think I'm ready. Looks good. Welcome to the first ever ASMR casket will check chat between chapters. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that looks good. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'm pausing music. Pausing music. And I am going to switch over to the Be Right Back screen. Um, just real quick. So that way I can do like the big reveal. Okay, so 1 second. I figured including the book saves. What book is this? Oh, I already covered that. You'll see. I already covered that. It's gonna be on the screen. Um, I told you, I've been preparing for hours. I have been preparing for hours. You smart little goob? Yeah. Okay, so here's the reveal. Looks pretty cool, right? It's almost done. It's almost done. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, I think. What do you think of the thunder? Is the thunder an appropriate volume for the rain? I think it might be. That's awesome. Really? You think so? As a storm dragon, I approve. Good to know. Okay, so I'm gonna switch our category, and we are. I'm gonna read the back of the book for you guys. How was the owl sound? Magic has been turned back on? Brilliant. Oh, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Owl sounds perfect? Okay, good. Okay, good. Alright, so here's the synopsis on the back, okay? Um 17-year-old Alice Prosperpine and her mother have spent most of Alice's life on the road, always one step ahead of the uncanny bad luck biting at their heels. But when Alice's grandmother, the reclusive author of a book of pitch dark fairy tales, dies alone on her estate, the Hazelwood, Alice discovers how bad her luck can really get. Her mother is stolen away by a figure who claims to come from the cruel supernatural world where her grandmother's stories are set. Alice's only lead is the message her mother left behind: stay away from the Hazelwood. Alice has long steered clear of her grandmother's cultish fans, but now she has no choice but to ally with her classmate and fairy tale superfan Ellery Finch, who may have his own reasons for wanting to help her. To rescue her mother, Alice must venture first to the Hazelwood, and then into the world where her grandmother's tales began, and where she might discover why her own story went so wrong. I'm being converted into a book reading ASMR fan in real time. Oh. So here's the little graphic that I made, so that way everyone knows what book we're reading. But what do you think of the synopsis? I think it's pretty cool. That's so smart. Me? Me being smart? You flatter me. I am super intrigued. Oh yeah. Oh, hi, Gaisu. Hello, hello. Okay. I've wanted to get into audiobooks, to be honest, so like, you reading books? Hello? So, two reasons why I wanted to do this. One is that I'm really into audiobooks, and I am also really into listening to them before I sleep. Sometimes that means that I miss some things, but it's also really, I don't know, it's like really nice, to have background noise that isn't directly related to light, like having a TV on or something. So I like that. I like that. I feel the calm washing over. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, and oh, another reason why I picked this book is because I am, not that this is news to you guys, but I'm from Boston, duh. And a lot of the references that are in this book really remind me of the Bridgewater Triangle that is around there. And if Auntie's here, she might know as well what I'm referring to. But yeah, so let's get into it. Hello, Gaz, welcome in. Whoa, this is a cool setup. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, chat, before I forget, don't forget to claim your daily pieces of fruit, okay? Okay, we're gonna start chapter 1, and I'm just gonna read it all the way through, and when we're done with that chapter, I'll see what you guys are chatting about, okay? But I did turn the ads off, so please let me know if you guys get an ad. If you currently don't have a sub, I recommend you refresh just in case, okay? Okay. Let's get into it. Althea Prosperpine is raising her daughter on fairy tales. Once upon a time, she was a girl named Anna Parks, one of the legion of mid-century dreamers who came to Manhattan with their hopes tucked into a suitcase. Then she went missing. Then she came back and achieved an odd kind of fame, glittering from some angles but dark from others. Now she's gone again, fled to a turreted house in the deep, dark woods, where she lives with her 5-year-old daughter and her husband, an actual royal. She just can't quit fairy tales. When I get her on the phone, her voice is as alluring as her most famous photo, the one with the ring and the cigarette. I ask if I can come talk to her in person, and her laugh is hot whiskey on ice. "You'd get lost on the way to find me," she says. "You'd need breadcrumbs or a spool of thread." The Queen of the Hinterland, Vanity Fair, 1987. My mother was raised on fairy tales, but I was raised on highways. My first memory is the smell of hot pavement and the sky through the sunroof, whipping by in a river of blue. My mom tells me that that's impossible. Our car doesn't have a sunroof, but I can still close my eyes and see it, so I'm holding on to it. We have crossed the country 100 times in our beaded car that smells like the French fries and stale coffee and plasticky strawberries from the day I fed my Tinkerbell lipstick into the slats of the heater vent. We stayed in so many places with so many people that I never really learned the concept of stranger danger. Which is why, when I was 6 years old, I got into an old blue Buick with a red-headed man I'd never met and drove with him for 14 hours straight, plus 2 stops for bathroom breaks and 1 for pancakes, before the cops pulled us over, tipped off by a waitress who recognized my description from the radio. By then, I'd figured out the man wasn't who he said he was, a friend of my grandmother, Althea, taking me to see her. Althea was already secluded in her big house by then, and I'd never met her. She had no friends, just fans, and my mother told me that's what the man was, a fan who wanted to use me to get to my grandma. After they'd determined I hadn't been assaulted, after the red-headed man was identified as a drifter who'd stolen a car a few miles from the place we were stayed in Utah, my mother decided we'd never talk about it again. She didn't want to hear it when I told her the man was kind, that he'd told me stories and had a warm laugh that made me believe, deep in my 6-year-old's heart, he was actually my father come to claim me. She'd been shown the red-headed man in custody through a one-way mirror and swore she'd never seen him before. For a few years, I'd persisted in believing he was my dad. When we left Utah after his arrest to live for a few months in an artist retreat outside of Tempe, I worried he wouldn't be able to find me again. He never did. By the time I turned 9, I'd recognized my secret belief for what it was, a child's fantasy. I folded it away, like I did all the things I didn't need. Old toys, bedtime superstitions, clothes that didn't fit. My mom and I lived like vagrants, staying with friends till our welcome wore through at the elbows, perching in precarious places, then moving on. We didn't have the luxury of being nostalgic. We didn't have a chance to stand still until the year I turned 17, and Thea died in the hazel wood. When my mother, Ella, got the letter, a shudder ran through her. That was before she opened it. The envelope was creamy green, printed with her name and the address of the place we were staying. We'd arrived the night before, and I wondered how it found us. She pulled an ivory letter opener from the table beside her, because we were house-sitting for the kind of people who kept bits of murdered elephants around for show. With shaking hands, she slit the envelope jaggedly through. Her nail polish was so red it looked like she'd cut herself. As she shook it out, the letter caught the light, so I could see blocks of black text through the back, but couldn't read them. Ella made a sound I didn't recognize, a gasp of complicated pain that cut my breath off clean. She held the paper so close to her face it colored her skin a faint celery green, her mouth moving as she read it through again and again. Then she crumpled the letter up and tossed it into the trash. We weren't supposed to smoke inside that place, a cramped apartment on New York's Upper West Side that smelled like expensive French soap and wet Yorkies. Not wet Yorkies. But Ella pulled out a cigarette anyway and lit it off an antique crystal lighter. She sucked in smoke like it was a milkshake, tapping the fingers of one hand against the heavy green stone she wore at the pulse of her throat. "My mother's dead," she said on an exhale, and coughed. The news hit me like a depth charge, a knot of pain in my stomach that kept expanding. But it had been a long time since I'd spent my hours dreaming of Althea. The news shouldn't have hurt me at all. Ella squatted down in front of me, put her hands on my knees. Her eyes were shiny but dry. "This isn't... Forgive me, but this isn't a bad thing. It's not. It could change things for us. It could..." Her voice cracked before she could finish. She put her head down on my knees and sobbed once. It was a desolate sound that belonged somewhere else, out there with dark roads and dead leaf smells, not in this bright room in the middle of a loud, bright city. When I kissed the crown of her hair, it smelled like diner coffee and the smoke twining up from her cigarette. She breathed in, out, and turned her face up to look at me. "Do you know what this means for us?" I stared at her then, around. I stared at her then, around the room we were sitting, rich and stuffy, and someone else's. "Wait, does it mean we get the Hazelwood?" My grandmother's estate, which I'd only seen in photos, felt like a place I remembered from some alternate imaginary childhood, one where I rode horses and went to summer camp. It was the daydream I disappeared into when I needed a break from the endless cycles of highways and new schools and the smell of unfamiliar houses. I'd paced myself into its distant world of fountains and hedges and highballs in a pool so glittering bright you had to squint against it. But my mother's bony hand was around my wrist, pulling me out of the technicolor lawn of the Hazelwood. God, no. Never. It means we're free. Free of what? I asked stupidly, but she didn't answer. She stood, tossing her half-smoked cigarette into the trash right on top of the letter, and walked straight back out of the room, like there was something she had to do. When she was gone, I poured cold coffee on the trash can fire and pulled out the wet letter. Parts of it were eaten into ash, but I flattened the soggy remainder against my knees. The type was as dense and oddly spaced as the text on an old telegram. The letter didn't seem new. It even smelled like it had been sent from the past. I could imagine someone typing it up on an old Selectric, like the one in the Francois Sagan postcard I hung up above my bed in every place we stayed. I breathed in its scent of ash and powdery perfume as I scanned what was left. There wasn't much of it. "We send our condolences," and "come at your earliest convenience." And one marooned word in a sea of singed paper. Alice. My name. I couldn't read anything that came before or after it, and I saw no other reference to myself. I dropped the wet mess into the trash. And that's the end of chapter 1. Title drop? Yes, yes. Okay, I think I saw someone say the hoot was quiet. Hoot's too quiet? I'll turn the hoot up for you guys. Let me see. Let me find it really quick. Right now I have it set to 30%, so I'm gonna put it up to 45. And Chad, I'm gonna test it right now, okay? So do a listen for me. Is that still too low? I can turn it up. Try 55? Okay. What's the rain sounding like too? Rain is perfect. Okay, good. Okay, here's 55 on the owl. That's good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think I'm also gonna put in my stream title that I turned off the ads. How is that, Gari? Don't forget to hydrate too. I got you. I will. Okay. Let's get into chapter 2. I love this book so much. I'm really intrigued. Good. I really like it. Okay. Chapter 2. Until Althea Prosperpine, born Anna Parks, died all alone on the grand estate she'd named the Hazelwood, my mother and I had spent our lives as bad luck guests. We moved at least twice a year, and sometimes more, but the bad luck always found us. In Provence, where my mom taught art to senior citizens, the whole first floor of the house we rented flooded while we slept. On a rainless August night, a wildcat crept through a window into our trailer in Tacoma to piss all over our stuff and eat the last of my birthday cake. We tried to wait out a full school year in LA guest house Ella rented from an earnest hippie with a trust fund, but 4 months into the woman's husband started suffering from symptoms of chronic fatigue. After Ella moved to the main house to help out, the ceiling fell in over the master bedroom, and the hippie sleptwalked into the swimming pool. We didn't want to start a death count, so we'd moved along. When we traveled, I kept an eagle eye on the cars behind us, like bad luck could take human form and trail you in a minivan. But bad luck was sneakier than that. You couldn't outsmart it. You could only keep going when it had you in its sights. After Althea died, we stopped moving. Ella surprised me with a key to a place in Brooklyn, and we moved in with our pitiful store of stuff. The weeks ticked by, then the months. I remained vigilant, but our suitcases stayed under the bed. The light in our apartments was all the colors of metal, blinding platinum in the morning, gold in the afternoon, bronze from the streetlights at night. I could watch the light roll and change over walls for hours. It was mine. But I still saw the shadow of bad luck. A woman who trailed me through a used bookstore whispered something obscene in my ear as she picked my phone from my pocket. Street lights winking out over my head, one by one, as I walked down the street after midnight. The same busker showing up with his guitar on every train I rode for a week, singing, "Go Ask Alice," in his spooky tenor. "That's not bad luck. That's New York," Ella had said. She'd been different since her mother died. She smoked less, she gained weight, she bought a few t-shirts that weren't black. Then we came home one night to find our apartment windows cracked into glittering stars. Ella pressed her lips together and looked at me. I braced myself for marching orders, but she shook her head. "New York." Her voice was hard and certain. "No more bad luck for us, Alice. You hear me? It's done." So I went to public school. I hung Christmas lights around the plastered mantel behind our bed and took a job at a cafe that turned into a bar when the sun went down. Ella started talking about things she'd never talked about before. Painting our walls, buying a new sofa, college applications. It was that last one that got us in trouble. Ella's dream of a normal life for me, one with a future. Because if you've spent your whole life running, how do you learn to stand still? How do you figure out the right way to turn your straw house into brick? Ella did the way we'd seen it in the movies, all those black and white AMC live fests we'd watched in motel rooms, in rented bungalows, in converted garden sheds and guest houses, and even once, student housing. She married up. Sharp October sunlight sliced into my eyes as the train rattled over the bridge to Brooklyn. I had a head full of my mother's failing marriage and what felt like 5 cracked teeth in my mouth. I've had anger issues all my life, which Ella treated with meditation tapes, low-rent Reiki therapy she taught herself from a book, and the mouth guard I was supposed to wear but couldn't stand. During the day, I bit back every nasty thing I thought about my stepfather. At night, I took it out on my teeth. The man my mother married not 4 months after he asked her out at an event she was working as a cocktail waitress lived on the second to top floor of a building off Fifth Avenue. His name was Harold. He was rich as crocus, and he thought Lori Moore was a line of house paint. That was all you needed to know about Harold. I was on my way to Salty Dog, home of the first job I'd ever lived anywhere long enough to keep. It was a cafe owned by a couple from Reykjavik who'd put me through a 6-hour cupping seminar before I was even allowed to clean the coffee machine. It was a good job for me. I could put as much into it as I wanted. I could work hard and make perfect coffee and be friendly to everyone who came in. Or I could do it all on autopilot and talk to no one, and tips barely went down. Today, I lost myself in the comforting rhythm of the cafe, pulling shots and making pour-over coffees, picking up scones with silver tongs, and breathing in the burnt caramel scent of ground beans. Don't look now, but Guy in the Hat is here. My co-worker, Lana, breathed hot in my ear. Lana was a ceramicist in her second year at Pratt who looked like David Bowie's even hotter sister and wore hideous clothes that looked good on her anyway. Today, she was in a baggy orange Rebel Alliance style jumpsuit. She smelled like Michelangelo must have, plastered dust and sweat. Somehow, that looked good on her too. Guy in the Hat was our least favorite customer. Lana pretended to be busy cleaning the milk steamer, so of course I had to deal with him. "Hey, Alice," he said, making a point of reading my name tag even though he came in every single day. He bopped his head to the T-Rex playing from Lana's phone. "Cool tunes. Is that the Stone Roses?" "Oh my God," Lana said in a stage whisper. He stared at the menu for a good 2 minutes, playing the counter like a drum. Anger gathered under my skin as I waited, making it prickle. Finally, he ordered what he always did. I stuffed his biscuit into a bag, handed over a bottle of Pellegrino, and moved behind the register so he could force me to do the complicated high five he had been trying to teach me the last few shifts. I watched him walk away, hating the short stump of his neck, the fine blonde hairs on his arms, the jumpy way he snapped his fingers off the beat. My blood went high as he brushed past a seated woman, then pressed his hand to her shoulder in heavy apology. God, what an asshole, Lana said at full volume. Watching Guy in the hat fumble with the door on his way out, she hip-checked me. Alice, chill. You look like you want to strangle him. It's just Fedora Closet. The anger receded, leaving a hot embarrassment behind. I wasn't going to, I began, but Lana cut me off. She was always good for that. Did I tell you I saw Christian naked? She prompted, her chin in her hand. Christian was our boss. He had a tiny, beautiful wife and a huge red-faced baby that looked like a demon in a book of woodcuts. I tried but failed to think of an innocent reason for Lana to have seen him stripped. Is it because you had sex with him? She laughed like I was far less worthy than she was, which I was, but fuck you, Lana. Can you imagine? Louisa would sick her terrifying baby on me. No, he commissioned me to do a sculpture of the family. Naked? Yeah, she said, already losing interest in her story. Oh, was it gross? She shrugged, looking at something on her phone. I had the idea, when Ella started going out with Harold, that I'd make Lana into my friend, so I'd have someone of my own, but it hadn't really worked that way. She was more into having an audience than a pal. I grabbed a rag and went out to the bus, just to force Lana to make some drinks for a change. As I moved between tables, I got the prickling, shoulder-bladey feeling of someone watching me. I'm not Lana. In most situations, I go unnoticed. So it made me clumsy. I knocked over a teacup, cursed aloud, and swiped up the mess. And as I did so, I cased the customers. There was a table of women in flashing engagement rings, cluttered around green teas and a single coconut donut with 4 forks. 2 identically bearded, plaid-shirted guys at separate tables, hunched over matching Macs and unaware of each other. A woman trying to read Jane Eyre, side-eyeing the checkout mom and spoon-banging toddler 1 table over. And a man in a car hat jacket and sunglasses sitting near the door. He wore a stocking cap, despite the mugginess, and was nursing a cup of water. Then 3 things happened. Lana dropped the plate she was holding, which landed with a crack on the checkerboard tile. The Carhartt man looked up over the tops of his sunglasses, and a shock wave of recognition rolled through me, leaving me shaking in my shoes. We stared at each other, the man and I, and he saw me remember. As we locked eyes, I recalled things I'd forgotten. 10 years ago, his car had smelled like Christmas trees. He'd ordered pancakes and eggs when we'd stopped for breakfast. I'd been wearing a purple corduroy jumper over a striped t-shirt and tights, and white cowboy boots with silver studs I was extremely proud of. He'd told me stories, some I recognized and some I didn't. I could never remember what they were about after, but I remembered the feeling they gave me. The feeling you get from being good, from good poetry. From really good poetry. The kind that makes your neck tingle and your eyes tear up. He was the man who'd spirited me away into the blue Buick, the man I'd imagined was my father. His red hair was hidden, but I knew his eyes. Then I'd been little and only knew he was a grown-up, and now I could see how young he was. 20, 25 at the outside? It was 10 years since I'd seen him. Oh, interruption. Thank you so much for the raid. Grimoire Index, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for all the follows as well. You guys, thank you. Yes, thank you for the shout out. I hope you guys had a great stream. If any of you guys need to raid and run, please feel free. My name is Casket. I'm a friendly ghost VTuber. Wonderful to meet you. Today we're doing my first ever ASMR stream, and we're reading one of my favorite books. So thank you for joining us. Okay. Okay, let me get back to it. Then I'd been little and only knew he was a grown-up. Now I could see how young he was. 20, 25 at the outside. It was 10 years since I'd seen him, and he looked exactly the same. Impossibly young. It was impossible. But I knew with certainty it was him, and that he was here because of me. As all of this hit me, he was already standing up, grabbing his book off the table and striding out of the cafe. Before the bells on the door stopped jingling, I was after him. Someone's laptop cord crossed my path and I nearly sent the thing flying. By the time I finished apologizing and wrenched open the door, the man was out of sight. I looked up and down the quiet sidewalk, my hands itching to hold a cigarette. My mom and I had quit when we moved in with Harold. But he was gone. After a few minutes, I went back inside. On the table, he'd left an empty cup, a bald napkin, and a feather, a comb, and a bone. The feather was dark gold, with a lacy glass green tip. The comb was red plastic. The bone must have come from a chicken, but it had the shape of a human finger bone. It was bleached perfectly clean. The trio was laid out like a hieroglyph, a vague eye shape that impressed itself on my brain as I swept it all into my apron pocket. Okay, what was that? I'd never seen Lana so curious about me before. Girl, your lips look white. Did that guy do something to you? He kidnapped me when I was 6. I think he might be a Time Lord. Nobody. I mean, he was nobody. I was wrong. I thought I recognized him, but I didn't. Nope. Nothing you just said is true, but fine. You're going to sit here, and I'm going to bring you some food, and you're not working anymore until you stop looking like crap. Oh, except I have to leave in 20 minutes, so hopefully you look better by then. I sat down hard, my knees giving out part way. One of the engagement ring women frowned at me and tapped her cup, like we were the kind of place that did free refills. Oh, just tempt me, I thought. But I was too weak to get mad, too scared. Call it what it is, Alice. Maybe I could have talked myself into believing what I wanted so badly to believe, that he was a man I'd never seen before, who looked a little like someone I'd met briefly a decade ago, and maybe I could have forgotten about him altogether, if it weren't for the book I'd seen in his hand as he sped out the door. I hadn't seen the book in years, but I knew what it was the instant I spied the familiar green cover. He'd been reading Tales from the Hinterland. Of course he had. Okay, that's chapter 2. What do you guys think so far? Oh, hi, Kana. Hello, welcome in. Hi, Dynamic. Nice to see you guys. I want to know more. Oh, are you hooked? Are you hooked on the book already? Yes. Hope you're doing well. I am doing exceptional today. Thank you. I missed a bit, but it's chill. Nice to see you, hon. Yeah, you you did not miss much. You did not miss much. Um, the recap up until this point is that Alice is our main character. She is 17. She grew up as a transient with a mother that has terribly bad luck, and her grandmother has died. And she does not know why her mom thinks it's a good thing. That's essentially it. And her mom is convinced they don't have bad luck anymore because her grandmother died. And that's the context. Glad to hear it is chill. Yes. And if I haven't said it yet, happy Friday the 13th, everyone. Okay. Let's proceed with chapter 3, shall we? On my PC, there's 2 wolves. One is calm and reading, the other is dying. Yes, yes. Happy Wednesday? Are you traveling through time? Hi, Aya. Nice to see you. My Friday the 13th was very lucky today. Good. My Friday the 13th is always very lucky, so I'm glad yours is working out too. Okay. Let's get into chapter 3. I was 10 the first time I saw the book. Small enough for a pocket and bound in green hardback, its cover embossed in gold. Beneath its strange title, my grandmother's name, all in uppercase. I was already the kind of girl who closed my eyes and thumped the backs of furniture looking for hidden doors, and wished on second stars to the right whenever the night was dark enough to see them. Finding a green and gold book with a fairy tale name in the very bottom of an otherwise boring chest of drawers thrilled me. I'd been poking around the attic of a family we were staying with, a loaded couple with a 2-year-old son who didn't mind hiring a live-in nanny with a kid of her own. We'd stayed in their spare bedroom the whole first half of my 5th grade year, miraculously without incident, until the husband's increasing friendliness to Ella made her call it. I'd sat cross-legged on the attic's tacky rug and opened the book reverently, tracing my fingers down the table of contents. Of course I knew my grandmother was an author, but I'd been pretty incurious about her up till that point. I was told almost nothing about her, and assumed she wrote dry grown-up stuff I wouldn't have wanted to read anyway. But this was clearly a storybook, and it looked like the best kind, too. A book of fairy tales. There were 12 in all. The door that wasn't there. Hansa, the traveler. The clockwork bride. Jenny and the night woman. The skinned maiden. Alice 3 times. The house under the stairwell. Ilsa waits. The sea cellar. The mother and the dagger. Twice killed Catherine. And Death and the woodwife. Being named Alice, of course I'd flipped straight to Alice 3 times. The pages rippled like they'd once been wet, and smelled like the dusty violet candies my mother loved and I hated. I still remember the story's first line. which was all I had time to read before Ella came in, tipped off by my mother radar, and ripped the book from my hands. When Alice was born, her eyes were black from end to end, and the midwife didn't stay long enough to wash her. It was so creepy it made my heart squeeze, and I was glad to see Ella. I didn't understand why her eyes were so bright, why she was breathing so hard. "This book isn't for children," she said shrilly. I wasn't sure what to say. My mom never told me I was too young for anything. When I asked her where babies came from, she told me in Nature Channel level detail. If her friends tried to change the topic of conversation when I walked into a room, Ella would wave away their concern. "She knows perfectly well what an overdose is," she'd say. "Don't insult her intelligence." Then, more likely than not, she'd tap her glass and tip her head towards the kitchen, where I'd dutifully shake her up a perfect martini. Hearing her pull the age card for the first time in memory made me horribly, burningly curious. I had to read that book. Had to. I never saw the copy from the attic again, but I remembered the title and bided my time. I looked for it at libraries and bookshops and on the shelves of all the people we stayed with, but I never found it. It showed up on eBay once. I used to have a Google alert set for the title, but the bidding quickly climbed beyond my price range. So I turned to find out more about its author instead. That's how my obsession with my grandmother, Althea Prosperpine, began. Lana left, and a guy named Norm came in to replace her. He spent the next 3 hours talking about a hangout he'd had with Lana that may or may not have been a date. Not that he was worried about it, but what did I think? And had Lana mentioned him? I gave him non-committal answers until finally I cracked. "Jesus Christ, Norm, this is the move on with your life dance." I did a dance like I was imitating a train. There, did that work? Lana's literally never said your name in my presence at all. The injured look on his face gave me a flush of dark satisfaction. "Damn, Alice, that's cold." He took off his hat, folded the brim to make it more pretentious, and then perched it back on his head. His silent treatment for the rest of the night gave me time to think. Time to replay what I'd seen, again and again. When my shift ended, I stepped out into the night, feeling skinless. The light was gone, and the houses I passed on the way to the train looked closed and clannish, like the one house you skip on Halloween. I jerked back when a man brushed too close against me on the sidewalk. His skin smelt burnt, and his eyes seemed too light in the dark. He kept walking, barely acknowledging me. I was being paranoid. Everywhere I looked for the stocking cap, the blue eyes, nothing. There were a handful of people waiting for the queue. I stood close to a woman pushing a baby in a stroller that it might have seemed like we were together. She didn't look at me, but I saw her shoulders tighten. When the train came, I got in and jumped out again at the last possible moment, like I'd seen in the movies. But then the platform was even emptier. I put one earbud in and played the white noise app Ella put on my phone and made me listen to whenever I started acting like a loaded gun. When the next train came, I practically leapt on. The scene from the cafe kept unfolding like a movie in my mind. The crack of the plate, the blue of his eyes, the way he'd vanished out the door with the book in his hand, but already the edges were rubbing off the memory's freshness. I could feel it degrading in my head. My neck hurt from holding it tight, keeping it on a swivel. The constant vigilance became beat behind my eyes, When a guy holding a saxophone case threw open the door between cars, panic made me hot, and a hard starburst hit my chest. What if there was an explanation for the man's unlined face? The sense I had that he hadn't aged a day. Botox? French moisturizer? A trick of the light? My own black hole of a brain, writing an image from the past over the present. Even so, he would still be a man who had a book that was impossible to find. Who had told me 10 years ago he knew my grandmother and was taking me to see her. What if he really had been? What if Ella had been wrong about him being a stranger? What if Ella had been lying? Years after I thought I'd burned it, the old obsession relit. When the train finally rose up from underground and onto the bridge, I pulled up an article about Althea on my phone. It was once my favorite, the longest piece I could find. I even had an original copy of the magazine it ran in, which I came upon by some miracle in a used bookstore in Salem. Vanity Fair, September 1987. Featuring a 6-page spread of my grandmother on her newly bought estate, the Hazelwood. In the photos, she's as slender as the cigarette she's smoking, wearing cropped pants and red lipstick and a look that could slice through glass. My mother is a black-haired blur by her knees, a wavering shadow under the glittering of the swimming pool. It opens like this. Althea Prosperpine is raising her daughter on fairy tales. It's an odd opening, because my mom barely figures in the rest of the article, but I guess the journalist liked the double meaning. My mom was raised hearing fairy tales, like anyone else, and she was raised on the money that came from them. Althea's estate, the Hazelwood, was bought with fairy tale money, too. Before she wrote the strange, brief volume that made her name, my grandmother was a writer for women's magazines back when the job was less 20 sexy things to do with an ice cube and more how to get that spot out of your husband's white shirt. Until she took a trip in 1966. She doesn't name names, but she doesn't stint on telling the reporter the good stuff. She was traveling with an older man, a married editor at a men's monthly, lazing around the continent with a group of other bored American tourists. After 9 days spent drinking their liquor hot, couldn't trust the ice cubes, and writing letters to their friends at home, things went sour between her and the married man. She took off on her own, and something happened. She doesn't say what exactly. I chased a new kind of story through a very old doorway, she told the journalist. It took me a long time to find my way back. Not another word is said about what she did between 1966 and 1969, while her houseplants died and her job dried up and her New York life got mossed over and swept away. When she returned to the States, the world had forgotten her. She felt, she said, like a ghost moving through a museum of my old life. She talked like a woman who knew more books than people. She found a friend to stay with, a former Bernard classmate with a spare room where she sat down and tapped out 12 stories on a typewriter. They were collected into a book called Tales from the Hinterland and published by a tiny independent press in Greenwich Village that focused on female-penned fiction nobody read. But somehow my grandmother's was. Her lovely face on the back cover couldn't have hurt. level eyes, blue in color but pale gray and black and white. Her eyebrows quirked, her lips tinted and slightly parted. She's wearing a man's white shirt, open one button too many, and a heavy onyx ring on her right first finger. She's holding, of course, a cigarette. The book got a few write-ups in smaller journals and became a word-of-mouth sensation. Then, a French director looked to make his first American picture opened for development. The film shoot was infamous, plagued by high-profile affairs, professional squabblers, and the disappearance of 2 crew members in unrelated incidents. But the film itself was an art house hit. It was rewritten as a psychological drama about a woman who wakes up in the woods with no memory of her former life. My grandmother's stories played out as dream sequences or flashbacks. According to the reviews I could find, it bore zero resemblance to its source material. The movie's success, partly fueled by infamy, led to several short-lived stage productions, a mini-series that never came to be, and Althea's failed stint as a TV development consultant in Los Angeles. When she got back to New York, she bought the Hazelwood, going for a song after its last owner had died under seeming circumstances in a fire that damaged part of the estate. She'd picked up a couple of husbands along the way. The first, an actor she'd met on the set of the movie. He left his wife for Althea and was killed by a junkie in their apartment in the village when Althea was pregnant with Ella. She met her second husband, a displaced descendant of Greek royalty, in LA, and took him with her to the Hazelwood. So yes, you could say my mother was raised, in part, on fairy tales, but death played a part, and money. Dead husband money, fairy tale money too. Enough of it must have ended up in my mother's pocket to get us by despite her sketchy employment history and all the leases we've run from partway through. Staying in motion was as much a part of who we were as my mom's sharp laugh, my anger streak, our bad luck days that abated with every move, then slipped back in like red dirt on our shoes. But no matter how bad it got, the Hazelwood was always at our back. It was always the place Ella would never return to. She took care of me, and I took care of her. In a symbiotic, sisterly relationship that looked cute on TV, but felt fucking exhausting when you're moving for the 3rd time in a year and don't even have a bedroom door to slam. As I pored over the article about Althea for the nth time, it didn't read to me the way it used to. I once pictured Althea as a distant but benevolent star, a fairy godmother who watched me from far away. My fevered kid brain cooked together fairy tales and my missing grandmother and the mystery of the man who took me into a superstition I never voiced aloud. When I looked into mirrors, I secretly believed Althea could see me. When a man watched me too long through a car window or at the grocery store, I didn't see a perv or the first harbinger of bad luck coming. He was one of Althea's messengers. She watched me, and she loved me, and one day she would show herself to me. But now I was reading her story with fresh eyes. She wasn't a fascinating fairy queen. She was an arrogant fanatist who hadn't once, from my babyhood to her death, tried to contact Ella. Ella, who had me at 19 and hasn't had anyone but me to hold on to since. Because that's what the article doesn't get into. Just months after it ran, Althea's second husband killed himself in the Hazelwood. After his death, Althea closed its borders. She and Ella were shut up in there alone, living on fairy tales and God knew what else, with only each other for company. This is the part Ella really won't talk about. The 14 years she spent rattling around in a place cut off from the world. She didn't even go to school. Who my dad is and how she met him is a secret so buried I've stopped asking. My head was buzzing when I reached the apartment. Wait, apartment doesn't put the right image into your head. The estate? Not quite, but closer. Harold's place smelled like discreet cleaning products, my stepsister's perfume, and whatever takeout Ella ordered that night. I think Harold had some idea she would be cooking dinner for him, maybe from the dented tin box of recipes that lived in the kitchen, inherited from his mother, but he was disappointed there. Ella and I could live for weeks on cereal and popcorn and boiled edamame. I heard the high murmur of raised voices down the hall and followed it to their closed bedroom door. You didn't embarrass me tonight. You embarrassed yourself. Harold's voice ended in a hiss. I used the sounds behind the door to place them. Harold to my left, a soft shift that was Ella on the bed. I pressed my back against the wall outside their bedroom door. If he moves any closer. You can look like trash on your own time, but tonight was about being my wife. Wife. Burned even worse than trash. But I stayed still, biting back the cold metal taste of rage. Ella asked me again and again to trust her, that she could handle Harold, that she loved him, that this grab at stability wasn't just for me. Her silence was louder than Harold's voice. It's her greatest power. Though she never used it on me. She'll stare at you as you try to pull your thoughts together, to say something that'll reach her, but she'll never reach back. I've watched her pull things out of people, secrets, confessions, promises to let us stay an extra month, with her silence alone. She wields it like a weapon. Ella. Harold's voice was suddenly desperate. I was lanced by a pity I didn't want to feel. Ella, say something, goddammit. I heard the rush of his clothing as he moved across the room towards my mother on the bed. I waited a beat and a breath and tried to wrench open the door. Locked. Mom, what's going on? Jesus Christ, is that your daughter again? Mom, I pounded the heel of my hand against the door. Let me in. Quiet. A creak. Then Ella's voice was close. I'm okay, baby. Go to bed. Open the door. Alice, I'm fine. We're just talking. You can help me by going to bed. Rage was running through my blood. He called you trash. Open the door. Harold threw it open, and I startled back. He was rumpled, partly undressed. His shaved head looked shadowy, and his eyes were bloodshot. Harold had Captain Hook eyes, mournful in cornflower blue, with a phantom glaze of red when he was angry. Next to him, in a dark, strapless sheath and shock of wild hair, Ella looked like a black poppy. Her dress seemed designed to call attention to the tattoo climbing up her arm and almost to her throat. A psychedelic flower on a spiny stem that could have been a botanical illustration of a blossom found on Mars. I had its twin tattooed on me, in mirror image. A misguided Mother's Day gift Ella had blindsided me by hating. In the half-light of the hallway, she looked like a predator, and Harold looked like the prey. The anger ebbed away. I didn't call her trash. I just said, He ran a hand over his drooping head. These dinners are important. They're full of potential clients. They determine the course of... Oh, for Christ's sake, why am I trying to talk to you? Ella leaned against the doorframe, watching him coolly. I was wearing this the night you met me. Remember? Yeah, when you were a cocktail waitress. Forget it. I'm not going to stand here defending myself to both of you. Harold glared at me. I'm not a monster, Alice. Why are you always looking at me like I'm some goddamn monster? He turned heel and retreated to the master bedroom. Mom. Ella cocked her head at my tone, looked for a moment like she'd ask. Instead, she sighed, long and heavy. Go to bed, Alice. We'll talk in the morning, okay? She touched her forehead to mine, gently, then closed the door between us. A dense quiet settled around my ears. It was the sound of living in a place sealed off from the rest of the city, in a vacuum of wealth. I walked into the kitchen feeling like a thief, and foraged through cabinets in the dark. Is that a squirrel I hear, rummaging for nuts? I looked at the bag of pecans in my hand and raised it back to the shelf. Audrey kept tabs on and a running commentary on what people ate. Her voice hardened if it was less than what she did. She sat in the unlit living room. What the fuck? Her spume of dark hair. What a word choice. Her spume of dark hair in a top knot just visible over the back of the couch. She didn't turn as I walked closer, but she tensed. My stepsister was a sexy motor mouth who made me feel like an awkward breadstick. She was sprawled out in cut-off sweats and a tank top, always a little uncovered even at home. Yes, it says motor mouth. It does. Oh god, I lost my train of thought because I saw your comment. I watched over her shoulder as she clicked, restlessly, on a long feed of women wearing expensive clothes or ordering things she'd barely recognize when they arrived. It made me think of someone sitting at a casino machine. You playing superhero again? She asked, her voice too bright. Did you save your mom from my evil dad? I dropped onto the armchair across from her. Harold's not interesting enough to be evil. He's just not good enough. That made her look up, eyes washed to blankness by white computer light. You think my dad's not good enough for your mom? She made the last two words sound like profanity. You'd still be living out of your car if it wasn't for him, wearing Walmart jeans. I was impressed she'd heard of Walmart and pissed at myself for telling her something true. Hey, sometimes we lived in shacks, I said, or trailers, once a garage. She considered me. Once I waited so long for my truffle burger, it was cold when it got there, she said. So I totally get it. Once our car window got broken out, and Ella replaced it with duct tape and a sled. Audrey smiled faintly, her hand going still on the laptop. Once, my dad bought a boat and named it the Audrey, but he forgot to put a ballroom in it, so it sunk. Once, the image that came to me then was jagged and fast, a 3-frame cut of the bad luck that chased us out of Chicago. I closed my eyes again, then stood abruptly. You win. Her expression slid shut, and she smirked down at her computer. Good night, sis, she muttered as I passed her. Good night, Audrey, I replied, too quiet for her to hear. Ella and Harold's room was silent as I passed. I tried to read the silence, but it was hard through a carved oak door. I continued on to the guest room. Harold had barely converted for me. Every morning, I left my eyeliner out on the sink of the bathroom attached to my room. I left books open on the bed, socks under the sheets, jeans accordion scrunched on the floor. Every night they were gone, tucked back into the cabinet, the hamper, the bookshelf. Waking up at Harold's felt like living in Groundhog Day. No matter what I did, I couldn't make a mark. I avoided my eyes while brushing my teeth, and then climbed into bed with a copy of The Blind Assassin, because if you're not with the book you want, you might as well want the book you're with. But I couldn't focus on the words, and after a while I got up to retrieve the feather, the comb, and the bone from my dirty apron. I held them on my palm a moment before tipping them into a velvet pouch that used to hold Scrabble tiles and tucking it into my backpack. I lay back down, certain I wouldn't drift off for hours, but found myself waking from a soundless sleep while it was still dark. Before my eyes were fully open, I sensed my mother's presence in the room. She climbed noiselessly into bed beside me, and I loosened my grip on the covers so she could grab her share. I stayed still as she dropped a kiss on my cheek, dry-lipped and smelling of amber. Her sigh was silvery, tickled my ear. I held my breath until I couldn't stand it, and then I rolled over to face her. Why him? She went tight, like she was tensing for a blow. I hadn't hit her since I was 10, but seeing her brace made me press my hands between my knees. I expected her to beg off, to roll over, to tell me to wait until it was light and ask again. Not that she'd answer. But she turned towards me, her eyes a faint, familiar shine. I thought I was in love with him, she whispered. I promise, I did. And now? She settled onto her back, long fingers plucking at the comforter. It feels good to rest, doesn't it? It feels so good to just rest. The roar in me of everything that had happened, the man at the coffee shop, his book, the feather, the comb, the bone, turned down like a volume knob. Because Ella deserved this, didn't she? Peace in a city so dense and bright it lights ate bad luck like they ate the darkness. Unspoken things bloomed at the back of my throat, and then they went cold, and I decided I'd give her one more day, one more stretch of rest before telling her the same old curse had found us, in a form I didn't fully understand. We lay quiet in the dark a while longer and fell asleep at the same time. Okay, that was chapter 3. What do you guys think is happening? I wanna hear the thoughts. I'll hydrate for you, don't worry. What do you guys think is happening in this book? Because, oh boy, where do I start? It's pretty good, right? Do you kind of get why I picked it? I feel like they're getting chased by the fays. Maybe. Or rather, the mom is avoiding the fays. Maybe. What do you think happened in the years that her mom and her grandma were just in that house where men died? There's a mystical element I haven't placed yet. There is. Black widowing. You remember the synopsis that I read on the back of the book? Eventually, her mom is going to go missing, according to the back of the book. So we'll have to find out where she goes and why. I am waiting for that pin to drop. Honestly, me too. Also, I'm just noticing we hit our follower goal, so thank you guys so much. Truck driver Coon is trying to isekai her back to fairy tale land. That is a possibility too. Truck driver Coon? I'm pretty sure he had a blue Buick. I bet Granny got isekai'd to the Fey realm or something. Oh, so you don't think Grandma actually died? Oh. Do you think the same thing is going to happen to her mom? It's pretty interesting to see what you guys are coming up with. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to actually find out. Don't worry, we're not done yet. We're going to keep going. Chapter 4 is, I think, when some stuff starts to really take off here. I think there is a hereditary angle to all of this. Maybe. Don't test me on this after. I won't. I fully anticipate you to probably need a recap next week. Hi, Alex. Okay, are you guys ready to get back into chapter 4? Knowing me? Yes. Like the mom decided to dip, but now it's the MC's turn to take the responsibility? I think Granny made a deal she never intended to keep to escape, and now the Fae are collecting. Oh. Very interesting takes you guys have. Okay. Alright, let's start with chapter 4. I was drawn to the surface of sleep by a longing for good coffee. Girl, me too. When I opened my eyes, Ella was gone. The best reason to wake up early at Harold's was to get to the kitchen first. I still felt like a guest, so I preferred to slip around without being seen. A few minutes after I poured my coffee and added milk and honey to the cup, Harold walked into the kitchen in a 3-piece suit, all buttoned up tight, like he was making up for me having seen him so undone. Pointedly, he grabbed the milk off the counter and put it back in the fridge. I was still using that, I said, leaning against the kitchen island and drowning a pulse of rage with a swig of hot coffee. He side-eyed me. Coffee stunts your growth, he said finally. You want to look like a 12-year-old your whole life? I slammed my cup down on the counter, but he was already leaving the kitchen. I felt like throwing the coffee at his retreating back, but gulped it down in one burning mouthful instead. I needed it. The red-headed man had come to me in dreams, his face looking out from steamed-over windows, his voice whispering stories over a payphone wire. The dreams mashed together with what I'd seen at Salty Dog until none of it felt real. Nothing but the feather, the comb, and the bone, solid in the bottom of my bag. When Audrey's dog whistle voice alerted me to her approach, I grabbed a granola bar from my stash in Harold's pantry and slipped out of the kitchen. I'd get my fill of her on the way to school. Which Audrey she'd be was hard to predict. Maybe she'd ignore me. Maybe she'd talk to me non-stop about some arcane statute of girl code one of her friends had broken. Or maybe she'd punish me for last night, for cutting our twisted bonding ritual short. I hit the sidewalk early, an old smoker's habit. Audrey stalked out in shades at 8:35, and we climbed into Harold's Blacktown car. Dad's taking off work today, she said to her cell phone, tapping away at a text the length of her Bible passage. And you know what that means. I do. It means, she said, then dropped her voice to a whisper, it's imminent. DIVORCE. I let my head fall back against the car seat's gamey leather, waiting for the high of victory to hit. It didn't come. Instead, I had the perverse desire to argue. But they just got married. And what's his staying home have to do with it? Are they getting a divorce right now? She exhaled hard and spitty, like having to deal with me was too much to bear. Today is the day he calls a marriage counselor. He always does that, so he can tell himself he tried. If history really wants to repeat itself, 6 months from now is when he leaves your mom for the counselor. But it doesn't matter who it is. Either way, Ella jumps first, or it ends with him meeting someone else because he's an addict like that. He's predictable as effing book, so don't act like I don't know what I'm talking about. She was breathing hard, staring at her phone like she wanted to kill it. I paused, then held a hand out, pinky up. Don't worry, Audrey. We'll always be sisters. I pinky swear it. She laughed through her nose. Oh, yeah, we'll see each other all the time. I'll come get bedbugs at your new apartment. Can refrigerator boxes get bedbugs? Cute. Her phone chimed, and she got back to clacking away. I got back to bathing in the thin nausea that accompanied the idea of my mom's divorce. Ella's marriage was doomed. I knew that. Harold was the last man she should have had been with. His taste in books, his rigidity, his obsession with how things looked from outside, all of it was antithetical to who she was. But sometimes, in their early days, I'd come home to find them locked together on the couch, his tie off and her feet bare. When he kissed her on the forehead, she'd turn her chin up towards him like a sunflower. Seeing it gave me a hot and cold feeling, like sweating in a winter coat. Now the air between them was fraught, but for a little while it had crackled with something quick-burning and private. Though they were never going to last, Harold was still something Ella had wanted. Not just for me, for her. Guilt bit at me. I twitched it off my shoulders. Audrey's phone chimed again, insistent, and something she read in the misspellings and emoji-cluttered screen made her voice harden. Just so you know, my dad's never had a marriage last less than a year, so your mom's gold-digging skills must be super on point. I looked at her flatly, my guilt melting down to a fine, white anger. She felt the shift and her hands went nervous, jittering to a stop on her phone screen. There was a time when I would have used words to make one clean, cold cut in her, in the place where she was softest, the rubble of acne beneath the foundation layer that ended at her chin, her father's offhand comments about the fit of her jeans, her own mother, out of touch but still plenty capable of cashing Harold's monthly checks, then gone in for the evisceration. But I couldn't do it without hearing Ella's voice in my ear, her hands a warm weight on my shoulders. Breathe in the light, Alice. Breathe out the anger. I hated that hippie shit. Just so you know, I said, nicer than I wanted to. Ella's never dated a guy who's owned anything bigger than a motorcycle before, so she's that good at gold digging on her first try. Audrey made a face like my stupid retort was acceptable, and then turned her attention towards her phone's reverse camera as a makeup mirror. The courtship of my mom and Audrey's dad in 3 acts. Act 1. Harold spies Ella across the room at a cocktail party. I thought she was the one, he liked to say jovially. I didn't think she was the help. This passed for charm when you were Harold. When the sea of people between them cleared, he'd seen she was wearing a catered black... Oh, let me restart that. He'd seen she was dressed all in catered black, holding a tray at the level of her waist. If you held them any higher, she told me, men had an excuse to get a good angle of your cleavage. Harold ate a spanakopita and asked her to write her number on the napkin, which she did. This is the part I still can't understand. Was it his Jersey accent that got her? The hair coming out of the top of his shirt? My guess is it was the expensive watch glittering around his thick wrist, or if I'm being less jaded, his eyes. They were a deep, melancholy blue, the kind that hinted at something interesting in their depths, even if I'd never seen him deliver on the promise. Act 2, the first date. Ella left out of our apartment at 8 to meet Harold for a drink and found a town car waiting for her. Drinks turned into dinner, turned into a drunken 2 a.m. phone call letting me know she wasn't coming home until morning. This was an Ella I hadn't seen since I was 9, when she'd driven her boyfriend's motorcycle barefoot into a duck pond in the middle of a still August night. It freaked her out enough, the obsession, she told me later, with the idea of what if Alice had been on the back, that she swore even after to be home and mostly sober by midnight. She'd returned from her date with Harold almost 24 hours after she'd left, shoeless, always a bad sign, and wearing a suit coat over her dress. I sniffed at it when she wasn't looking. It smelled like the drunk finance guy who pressed too close against me in the crush of a train when I took it at the wrong time of day. I'd shaken my head. Poor Harold. Ella's going to eat you alive. Act 3. The Whirlwind Courtship. Epic 15, horse tasting menus, weekends in the Hamptons, an awkward high tea with me and Audrey, and of course, the fateful opera date that literally began with him sending her a dress. I just threw up in my mouth. That's so cheesy, I told her. We can pawn it if the date's a fail, she'd shot back, smoothing it over her hips. There was a funny glitter in her eyes as she watched herself in the mirror. I thought of that later, when she came home with a twin glitter on her ring finger, a rock as big as the Ritz. My memory of that night is tattered, a movie screen clawed to strings. The glint of the ring looked in my eyes like a shard of demon glass, and the anger overwhelmed me. I remembered Ella's drawn face as she slammed the bathroom door between us, the splintery give of its cheap wood when I kicked the bottom panel out, the slide of the honeyed whiskey over my throat the next day, scalded with screaming and the miserable heat behind my eyes when I saw Ella was still wearing the ring. The person who married Harold 6 weeks later wasn't my mother. The woman who was making him miserable now? That was the Ella I recognized, coming out of a deep freeze. Harold's driver pulled up in front of Whitechapel, and my stomach did its usual roller coaster drop. Audrey slipped her phone into her bag, hustling out of the car so quick she was absorbed into a pod of rich girls by the time my feet hit the sidewalk. I'd spent my entire life as the new kid, and it never stopped sucking. It didn't matter if you were starting 7th grade in Podunk Nowhere, or your junior year at Whitechapel, the fancy-ass Upper East Side academy Harold paid my way into. The students were the same wherever I went. Clannish, judgmental, and unwilling to make an independent move. My Monday morning's ennui was overlaid with a low-level dread. I kept expecting to see the red-haired man. He'd broken the skin that separated me from that strange dreamlike day in my childhood, brought it close. Now that he'd shown himself, he could be anywhere. The man pretending to look at his cell phone on the corner of the 86th Street, the jogger running with a Starbucks cup. Maybe I'd walk into class and he'd be there, disguised as a substitute teacher and reading that green book. I ran my hands down my uniform skirt and breathed. The first half of my day was comp, medieval lit, calculus, and lunch. My performance in those classes could be rated as good, fine, bad, and terrible, respectfully. After lunch was drama with Audrey and her gang of future Real Housewives. It was the one class she never skipped, which had something to do with the fact that our teacher was a floppy-haired former TV actor who made us call him Toby. But she ditched today. Her absence meant that for once we had the right number of people to pair up for a scene at the end. And when Toby started flinging his corduroy arms around, pairing us up at random, I had a premonition. I'd get partnered with Ellery Finch. That's the end of chapter 4. Shoeless is diabolical. She should stop sleeping with shoe fetishists. Oh my god. Oh my god. Being home and mostly sober by midnight is a good general rule. Yes. Yes, indeed. He wanted to be called Toby. It made him feel special. Isn't the like spirit or the ghost in the Paranormal Activity movies, isn't his name Toby? I have a very vague memory of his name being Toby, of the kid calling that ghost Toby. Very vague, but I think that might be true. It's been a hot minute, I know. Oh, but I like Tony. Your brain can only think of casket quotes? Wow, what have I done to you? My. Okay. Let's see. Good question. Okay, chat. I think I'm going to read chapter 5, not an answer a 5-hour stream can cover. True. Okay, I'm gonna read chapter 5, and then we'll see how we feel. You're back gonna get food? Okay, enjoy your food, Alex. Okay, chapter 5. Everyone at Whitechapel was rich, but Finch was on another level. Back when she still thought I was impressible, Audrey had given me a Google-powered tour of her school's best and brightest, aka richest. She'd shown me a photo of a younger, geekier Finch at a fancy event sandwiched between a silver fox type and a beautiful brown-skinned woman wearing a necklace Ella would have loved, which looked like a chain of throwing stars. Finch was almost as short as me and skinny, with a crackling energy that followed him like an aura. His hair grew in every direction and his eyes were caffeinated and quick, a brown a few shades lighter than his skin. He dressed kinda like old photos of Bob Dylan. Work boots and high-waisted pants. I had no idea how he got his uniform pants to ride so high. None of this would have mattered to me except for one thing. He knew who I was. Most people don't, and if they did, they wouldn't care. Being the estranged granddaughter of a miner, largely forgotten literary celebrity mattered to pretty much nobody, especially in a school where fundraiser auction items tended to include guitar lessons with somebody's pop star father. Well, that sounds about right. It was just my luck that one of Althea Prosperpine's few remaining superfans happened to go to Whitechapel and managed to find out who I was. Finch had cornered me at my locker my first week of school. "You're Alice Prosperpine, aren't you?" "Who told you that?" Finch was beaming. I'd seen him around, even thought he was kind of cute, but right then I wanted to swipe the grin off his face. Audrey. Not that she'd actually told me. He made a gesture down his front, as if pointing out that being short and Dylan-y was enough to explain why Audrey would sooner shop at JCPenney than be seen talking to him. It was, "I'm Alice Crew," I said quietly, looking over his shoulder. Considering Prosperpine was a ridiculous last name of my grandmother's invention, My mom was cool with me going by any last name I wanted. I'd chosen mine at age 8 after reading A Little Princess. He nodded. I get it. Prosper Pine's a lot. I mean, I should know. Technically, I'm Ellery Oliver Dan Nelson Abrams Finch. He clocked my look of horror. No, seriously. People always say, well, what happens when two people with hyphenated last names marry each other? Well, that's what happens. I go by Finch. People passing by were nodding at Finch and giving me the appraising new girl look. I should have been used to it, but I wasn't. Cool story, Finch, I said with more acid than I intended. He blinked, but didn't walk away. Your grandmother's book is like nothing I've ever seen, he said in a quieter voice. It was a tone I was familiar with, the hushed voice of a true believer. It made me prickle with discomfort. And with something else. A jealousy I didn't want to look at too closely. I've never met her, I blurted out, slamming my locker shut. You probably know more about her than I do. I wasn't sure if that was a lie or not. The bitch of it was, we probably knew the exact same stuff about Althea, from the same second-hand sources, except he'd gotten to read the book. Before he could say another word, I'd cut through the crowds and down the hall. That should have been the last time we spoke, but Finch had a way of turning up. First, I saw him in the park, jogging in a corduroy jacket. I wondered if he was running from a mugger, and then saw the embarrassing white sneakers and realized corduroy and denim were his exercise clothes. Alice! He'd yelled as he passed, his voice happy and his hair exploding around his headphones. A week later, I ran into him at a bookstore on 57th Street. It was like something out of a bad movie. I'd tugged a fat, tattered copy of Yeats down from a shelf, and there he was, a book-sized slice of him in the space it left behind. He was chewing his thumbnail, reading Patti Smith. The third time I saw him, he was under an awning at a restaurant a block from Harold's, its long windows opened to let summer in a spill of rich people at tiny marble-topped tables out. He was sitting with a man I recognized from the internet as his father and a gaunt woman with a sharp blonde bob trailing a steak knife through creme brulee. He caught me looking before I could turn away and stood up like he was on strings. In 3 bounds he was away from the restaurant and walking beside me. You saved me, he said. I was starting to levitate back there. I was starting to think, what if my entire life had been watching my stepmom take 14 minutes to eat 1 bite of a dessert, and all my memories of the world before that were just implanted by the Matrix? Hi, Alice. Hi, I said, flustered. I was on my way home from work. My shirt was covered in scone crumbs and my hair was spiked with sweat. You smell like a coffee bean, he said, when we reached the corner. It's awesome. He glanced back at the restaurant, his face so full of regret I almost laughed. Okay, I better get back. Back to stabbing your dessert? His smile reached his eyes then, just for a moment, a flicker of light on dark water. Then he swung around and walked back up the sidewalk. After that, he'd started waiting at my locker. Some mornings, leaning against it with 1 foot up like something out of an 80s movie. Crew, he'd say, nodding, and then he'd stand there while I juggle my books. When I was done, he'd pull a book off the top of my stack, walk me to class, and hand it back when we got there, like an inside joke he had with himself. Finch's approval was armor. I wasn't just Audrey's weird stepsister. I was Finch's... something? Charity case? Friend? It wouldn't be a first, exactly, but close enough. I didn't talk much to anyone. It wasn't that people didn't try. There's always somebody who wants to adopt the new girl. I'm small, with blonde hair and dark eyes that look soft and surprised when I get angry. Aren't you a pretty little house cat? A teacher said to me once, in a low voice nobody else could hear. It was my first week as a freshman in Nashville. His words and the way he looked when he said them shivered my underskin and stayed there like poison. The only way to purge it was to pour a thermos of hot coffee into the keyboard of his laptop. I never got caught, and I never stopped hating the disconnect between what I saw in the mirror and how I felt. But it was different with Ellery Finch. I'd grown up too steeped in fairy tales and shit luck that kicked in like clockwork to believe much in coincidence. I had something with Finch. I'd never quite decided what that might be, but there was the skin of meaning that had attached itself to him. Maybe it was the Althea connection, or the way our paths kept crossing like they were skaters spinning in a figure eight. Or maybe it was wanting to see the light in his eyes again, a possibility that made my skin flutter with heat rash. It was weird that Audrey's seat was empty. She never ditched drama, but I took it as the gift from the universe that it was. She had a way of identifying weak spots and sticking her fingers in them. She liked to watch me and Finch like she was watching TV. And my premonition was right. Toby paired us up, dropping a quick wink that filled me with a hot lava embarrassment, for myself but also for him. Teachers who clocked their students' alliances then tried to play matchmaker were almost as sad as teachers who let themselves get bullied by teenage girls in NARS lip gloss. I pretended to look for something in my bag while my face cooled, then drifted over to where Finch sat, watching me come and bending back the cover of the glass menagerie. "Hey, crew." "Finch," I replied. "You want to read Laura, or should I?" I hated Tennessee Williams' Laura. She reminded me too much of a fairy tale character. Not the ones my grandmother wrote allegedly. Those women drew blood. No, she was the worst type of Grimm Brothers beauty. Isolated, soft-spoken, waiting for a man to save her. She probably looked like me. "You take Laura," I said quickly. For the next 15 minutes we ran lines together. He was weirdly good. Most of us didn't try, and the ones who did try tried way too hard, speaking in plummy stage tones that had everything to do with the school myth that Toby was a talent scout in disguise. You should have seen Audrey chewing over Maggie the cat. When the bell rang, Finch put his hand out affectedly, like he was laughing at himself for doing it. That was his thing, I'd noticed, doing everything with an ironic twist, like he was going to laugh at himself before anyone else could. Being a perpetual new kid made you an anthropologist of the American teen, and I'd seen his type before. I'd seen every type before. I hesitated, and then shook it. "We should meet up on purpose sometime," he said, holding on for an extra beat. "Like, outside of school. Don't you think?" I pulled away, my mind filling like a fishbowl with reasons to say no. Ella needed me. We'd be leaving town soon anyway. The bad luck. Maybe Ella thought it was sleeping, but after last night, I didn't buy it. But Finch looked nervous. His voice had a tremor in it, a bend that gave his last word an extra syllable. His friends were watching from the door, a skinny beanpole whose name I could never remember, because it was one of the few normal names at this school. Mike? Mark? And Astrid, a long-haired girl who looked at me with a distinctly wounded expression on her face. "Yeah," I said. "All right." He grinned, walking backwards a few steps with his hands shoved in his pockets. He turned as one of Audrey's friends shoved by me, laughing in a way that made sure I knew she'd be listening. I ignored her and gave Finch a head start at getting gone, confusion making my hands slow and stupid as I gathered my stuff. Is that all there is? The thought came to me on a scrap of song. The thing between us, the weird growing thing that looked like nothing head-on but sometimes glowed in the corners of my vision, like a secret. Was it just a crush? Something as stupid as that? Would we get coffee now? Would he try to hold my hand? I thought over our whole brief history, me being rude and him being funny, and our quiet walks down the hall, and the idea of him wanting something more from me, something I wasn't prepared to give, closed in on me like sweaty fingers. But there was a story I'd heard about Finch since the first time we spoke, the kind of thing you learned by osmosis going to a small school like Whitechapel. It was the first reason I'd stopped trying to drive him away, before better ones crowded in. Something about his father and the man's new wife. Something about Finch's mother and pills and a bathtub. His mom had been a little bit famous to a certain set of people, so when she died, the story was news. It made me think of the way Finch's eyes blanked out to zero when he was smiling or laughing, and the way almost nobody smiled and laughed as much as he did. And it made me wonder if we weren't a little bit alike, behaving the way we had to get by, while hiding a core that was a mystery, even to ourselves. That was the end of chapter 5. I personally like Ellery Finch. I think his character is very good, and I can't wait until you see more of him. Also, I just low-key found a Pokemon card in this book, and I haven't picked up this book in years, so I was pleasantly surprised when it fell out. It's a holographic Chansey card. I guess I must have been using it as a bookmark or something. I should also note that this book is so well loved. It has notes written in it and like words underlined and like little sticky notes, and it's almost like I annotated the book, and I don't remember doing that. I love little surprises like that. Me too. Me too. It shocked me. Well, I'm glad I caught it. That's cute. What, me? I don't know about that. I meant it when I said I really liked this book. Alright, what say you, chat? Do you wanna do one more chapter? And then call it quits? Or do you want me to go all the way to chapter 10? One more? Really? Really? Okay. Alright, we'll read chapter 6. Alright, guys. Okay. We'll read one more. After school, I loitered on the sidewalk, waiting for Audrey. She didn't show, and neither did the town car. I checked my phone, tapped out half a text, erased it. Every moment I stood there, it became more excruciatingly possible Finch would walk out the door and see me. When the need to avoid that became too much, I started walking. I heard the broken box fan sound of its engine before I saw it. A rickety yellow cab idling along beside me, with outsized fenders that made it look like a getaway car in an old movie. Actual plush dice hung from its mirror. My heart did something funny, but the driver's hair was dark, not red. He was a boy, not much older than me, reaching across to crank down the passenger window. Need a lift? He looked at me from under the brim of what could only be described as a cabbie cap. New York cab drivers never actually said that. They said, "Where you going?" in a robotic voice, and if they didn't like your answer, they shook their heads and sped away. "Nope," I said. "I'm good." "You sure?" His brown eyes were sly. "I don't think your ride's coming." Something about the way he said it set off alarm bells deep in the forested parts of my mind. The part that tells you not to walk down a particular street at night, or to change subway cars when a certain kind of crazy gets on. I wasn't waiting for a ride, I lied. Why don't you take one anyway? I looked straight at him, his dark, narrow face and mocking eyes in a fleeing of vertigo swept from my face to my feet. I'd never met him, but I knew him. I couldn't remember why or from where. It was something about the way he spoke to me, like he knew me too. And we were having a conversation we'd had before. I stepped back, then kept stepping, and turned and began running down the street, my bag hanging from my fingers and bouncing against my leg. An old woman wearing fur and pearly lipstick tried to scowl at me, but Botox took all of the meaning out of it. I veered around a knot of tourists, stopped to photograph an enormous cupcake made to look like Cookie Monster. I hit the corner and almost kept going, but a double-decker bus whooshed past, so close it blew my hair back. My stomach lurched. And a boy on the bus flipped me the bird. I'd come half a second from getting pancaked. I walked a block on rubbery knees, feeling the way I had the time a van clipped my bike and sent me reeling into a line of parked cars. Ella had dropped her cigarette and jumped on the fallen bike, screaming at the top of her lungs as she sped after the car. Bleeding in 3 places I watched her go, glad she knew I'd rather have retribution than comfort. I got my breath back, but my mouth was dead dry. I stopped to buy a bottle of water at a newsstand and scanned the headlines while the guy made change. Senator under fire in campaign finance scandal. Connection suspected in rash of upstate homicides. The vendor's sunburnt hand slapped down on the page. No buy, no read. I rolled my eyes, took my water, and cut in towards the park. All at once I was desperate to get home to Ella. The cabbie, the bus, the red-headed man, I had to tell her all of it. I should have talked to her last night. Impatience made me run the final block home. Everything I needed to say to her expanding like helium in my chest. The outer door of Harold's building was slightly ajar when I reached it, and the doorman was away from his desk. The combination made me falter for a moment, which was stupid because there are 1,000,001 cameras trained on the lobby and front desk, and you can't use the elevator, the private one that goes straight to Harold's apartment, without a hollow key you insert below the panel. My skin felt keyed up and nervy. There was something else, the pressure shift feeling of bad luck on the move, as familiar to me as the smell of Ella's skin. Think of a hand running over the hairs on your arm, setting all of them to rise. Think of every room you walked into being filled with one of the senses of someone having just left. Maybe Ella was already packing her stuff. I pictured her paint-spattered suitcase splayed out across Harold's high bed. Maybe we'd be out of New York by nightfall, and soon, all of this, Audrey, Harold, Finch, the salty dog, and serving biscotti and living in an apartment that smelled like a department store, would melt together like colors going to gray on a palette. I'd remember the 6 a.m. feeling of opening the cafe, eating Chinese takeout in bed in Brooklyn, reading Tam Lin in Prospect Park. The highway would carry everything else away. The elevator doors slid open onto the foyer of Harold's apartment, and I stepped out. The first thing that hit me was the smell. A wet, almost rotten scent, with something wild curling beneath it, something green. It crawled under my skin and set my heart to hammering. Hello? The apartment was oppressively silent, a quiet that pressed against my eardrums. It swallowed my voice like black water. I took a few slow steps through the entryway, all cream-colored walls and marble floor. It was spotless. But that stink, where was it coming from? I pulled out my phone and called my mom. It went straight to voicemail. I called Harold. Same thing. After a minute, with misgivings, I called Audrey. A bright string of candy-colored pop broke the quiet. Audrey's ringtone. But I had never seen that girl without her phone. And then I remembered I hadn't seen Audrey, period, since this morning. My mind flipped through horrible possibilities. Was she dead? Was that what the smell was? Had the bad luck finally showed up to the 35th floor? The old dread settled in my limbs. I walked carefully through the apartment, like moving quietly would save me if someone was already inside. The rooms had an eerie, recently occupied feeling I recognized from the time a house we were staying in got burglarized. That intruder had taken all of the books from the shelves and replaced them with food from the fridge. The beds had been filled with dead leaves, the mirrors cracked. Nothing valuable was gone, but a fur coat was pinned to the wall above Ella and my bed like a dead animal stabbed through with a carving knife. The woman hosting us kept saying how lucky she was nothing got taken, in a bright, false voice nobody believed. The worst part was the way I couldn't stop seeing the house through the eyes of someone who shouldn't have been there. I kept imagining how it might feel to walk through someone else's space, tasting all the strange things you could do there. It made me hungry. I was less in control of myself then. But nothing here was out of place. No meat sweating on the bookshelves, no fur coat slung up on the wall, except on the kitchen island, a glass of wine fallen on its side. I moved close enough to see Ella's lipstick smudge on its rim. For a horrible, suspended moment, I thought I'd find her laying on the tile floor alongside it. But there was only the wine, pooled and staining. The kitchen was the clean white heart of Harold's neurotically kept home. The wine looked like carnage. I ran to my mom in Harold's room. I hated going in there, hated seeing the high antique bed and Ella's shape in it. Now I threw open the door, so sure of what I'd find, it took me a moment to recognize the bed was empty. Harold's bedside table was neatly stacked with copies of The Economist and a Kindle I knew from snooping was stocked with multi-volume space epics. On Ella's side was a sweater set in slacks, laid out like morning clothes. I ducked down quickly to check beneath the dust ruffle. Nothing. Audrey's room looked like Sephora and Barney's had a brawl, and that was normal. No psychopath crouched in front of her underwear drawer, no rotting, leftover blueprint juice explained the smell. Her gum-pink phone lay abandoned on the bed. Its screen bristled with texts and missed calls. Where you at, bitch? I saved my room for last. The smell was the strongest there. A sick braid of green and rot that felt like someone face-palmed my brain. I dropped stealthily to the floor, ready to run out the nearest window if I saw anyone under the bed. But there was just a stretch of vacuumed carpet. My closet door was open, thank God, with nothing more sinister inside it than the primrose bridesmaid gown I'd worn at Ella and Harold's wedding. And then I saw it. An envelope, laying on my pillow. I made myself take tiny steps towards it until I could see what it said. Alice Prosperpine, in spindly letters across the back. No address. My stomach broke into pieces and spun like a kaleidoscope. Dimly, I saw my hand reach towards it, lifting it to my nose. Cheap ink and old paper. It felt hot, but my arms prickled with goosebumps. I ripped it open. The page inside, it was soft with use, folded in on itself. I had a sharp flare of deja vu as I eased it open. It was a title page I'd seen just once, years ago. Alice 3 times. It said in a dense script. Inked around it was a geode pattern that made me think of ice. There was a raw edge along one side where it had been ripped from the book. That's the end of chapter 6. I think perhaps if you weren't hooked before, I think perhaps you might be hooked now. I am so hooked. Yeah? Am I right? Was this a good first pick or what? Hooked and cooked. Also, hi, welcome in, Darth Rookie. Nice to see you. Oh my god, Crimson Delta, hello! It's been a while. Oh no, now there's 2 Crimsons in chat. Gotta hand it to Melissa Albert, she got me. She sure did. It's a really good book. Hello, welcome in. Alright guys, you want the next chapter? I'm not here to compete. No, it's wonderful to see you, Delta. How are you? One more? One more. Okay. Just to say you better have a good night. Ooh, better have a good night or else. You too, Delta. You better have a good night or else too. More? Okay. Alright, twist my arm. I'll read another chapter. Have a good one, Delta. See you next time. Okay. Chapter 7. I was gripping the page so tightly, I tore it. Gingerly, I sat down on the bed. This feels like I'm the kid in The Princess Bride. I love that. That's exactly the vibe I'm going for. Except I'm a ghost. Okay. Back to chapter 7. I was gripping the page so tightly I tore it. Gingerly, I sat down on the bed. Alice 3 times. The story I'd never finished. It sounded like a children's game, like something girls at a slumber party said into a mirror with the lights turned off. Years ago, when I'd held my grandmother's book for the first and only time, I hoped I'd been named for her, Alice, that she had something to do with me. Now, I prayed she hadn't. My mouth was dry as dirt. The red-headed man must have been here. Must have done this. He had a copy of the book. He'd come back from God knows where to find me. I had to get out of the apartment. Its walls were too close. They were curling in over me, watchful. I tucked the title page into my bag and ran for the elevator. The doorman was still missing from the lobby, so I couldn't ask if he'd seen Ella leaving. He tended to look at me like I'd come to deliver a pizza one night and never left, so I might not have asked him anyway. I paced in tight circles around the lobby, keeping one eye on the street. Ella didn't answer any of my next 3 calls. I cursed myself for not having the numbers of anyone she might be with, her co-workers from the catering job maybe, though they'd fallen out of touch. And tried and failed to reach Harold's one more time. When I was little, I became obsessed with the idea of my mom leaving me behind when she moved. When the fear got so bad I couldn't sleep, I'd strap myself into the passenger seat of our car, so she'd be sure to remember me if she left before morning. Now I felt the sudden urge to make sure our car was still in Harold's parking garage. Harold hadn't given Ella a key to the garage elevator yet, probably as worried she'd skip town as I used to be, but the doorman had one. I ducked behind his desk on the off chance there was an extra lying around. His big mass of keys lay right next to a half-eaten takeout container of sushi. I turned quickly, expecting to see him coming back with chopsticks in hand, but the lobby remained empty. I held the keys against my shirt front so they wouldn't jingle and tiptoed over to the parking lot. The first time I'd seen it, I'd expected Harold's garage to be all white marble and inlaid floors, but it was like any garage I'd ever seen, echoing concrete and the wintry smell of exhaust. I could see our car from the open elevator doors, slumped among the Mercedes and BMWs. Some shitty rich kid had written "Chode" in the dirt on the back window. I stared long enough to assure myself it was there, long enough for the shadows in the corners of the garage to sharpen and the taste of dust and iron to coat my tongue, the taste of bad luck. I stepped back into the elevator and stabbed at the lobby button till the doors slid shut. It was nearly 5 when I stepped onto the sidewalk, and New York was doing that perfectly early evening thing where it plays itself. It makes you forget the trash piles and the $20 sandwiches and the time that guy showed you his dick on the F train just by etching its skyline in gold and throwing the scent of sugared pecans in your face, right as someone who looks like Leonardo DiCaprio slouches by, mumbling into his iPhone. A cheap trick. Tonight, it didn't work on me, because I was zinging with adrenaline, and my brain kept peeling back the corner of a strange new world I couldn't imagine living in, one where my mom was just gone. I was being insane. It hadn't even been an hour, but the wrongness of the envelope in my room and the dread coiling in my gut told me I was right to panic. The title page. Was it a warning? An invitation? A clue? The person who'd left it had been inside my room. His hand had hung over my pillow a moment before dropping the envelope. Maybe it was a taunt? I see you, and locked doors and elevator keys aren't enough to keep me out. But if it was a clue, if there was something in that story, some hint or message, I had to read it. And there was only one place I could think of where I might find a copy of Tales from the Hinterland. Chat, you have a guess? I jogged the 8 blocks there because I wanted to jolt some of the energy spiking from my limbs. I knew where Ellery Finch lived because his dad was Jonathan Abrams Finch and richer than God, and therefore lived in a building that not only made ours look like a homeless shelter, but had been written about twice in the New York Times style section. Not that I made a habit of reading about the lives of the rich, but Audrey does. And any mention of Mr. Abrams Finch inspired her to loudly complain about extreme wealth being wasted on non-hot guys. His doorman looked a lot like mine, but older. He scowled through his fancy gray mustache when he saw me. "I'm here to see Ellery Finch," I said. He squinted at me. "Who?" I sighed. "Ellery Dan, something Abrams Finch?" The man sighed back at me, like I'd passed a test he was certain I'd fail. Whose name might I give? Alice Crewe. Wait. Alice Proserpine. Tell him Alice Proserpine. The man picked up an old rotary telephone and hit a button. Then I swear he started talking in a fake British accent. He apologized for my arrival and existence, letting his mustache droop with disappointment as the person on the other end agreed to come down for me. I kept my eyes on the Art Deco elevator, So beautiful I wanted to cut it up into bracelets. Drama class felt miles away, but now it was creeping up on me. Finch's question, my answer, the weird thrill and curious shame of it. What would he think of me showing up here? I schooled my expression to flatness, but when the elevator door slid open, my vision blurred over with tears. Finch's familiar face looked like an island to a drowning swimmer. His eyes widened and he made a move forward, maybe to put an arm around me? I put ice in my eyes and walked sideways into the elevator before he could. Thanks for, I can come up? Yeah, he said. Of course you can, Alice. He liked saying my name, I noticed. First, or last, or both, at once. Maybe in real life it was meant to be friendly, but names were dangerous in fairy tale. I'd wondered before if that's why Althea had changed hers to something so outlandish. A pottenkin front so good nobody would want to look behind it. I blinked away the fairy cobwebs. This wasn't a book. This was life. I had to tighten my shit up. The elevator doors shushed shut, sealing us inside a tiny, opulent room. There was a low, Louiskins-looking bench against the wall, and a chandelier hanging over our heads. A chandelier. In an elevator. Finch caught me looking at it and laughed before I could. My stepmom's a big believer in you can never be too loaded or too thin or too covered in ugly diamonds. That's a saying, right? If it wasn't before, then she made it up. He seemed nervous again. I saw it, even through my self-pity and fear, and it made me feel the tiniest bit better about being there. As did the fact that he didn't immediately demand to know why I was darkening his vintage elevator door. I'd shown up unannounced enough times in my life, with my mom, her face plastered with a smile, our suitcases tucked benignly behind our legs, to know when it looked like when someone wished you hadn't come. Ellery Finch definitely didn't wish I hadn't come. Harold's place was the nicest I'd ever seen till that point, but Ellery's was something else entirely. It was like a country manor straight out of a thick English book about pheasant season and eligibility. You almost expected to see Mr. Darcy skulking around a corner looking pissed. Nobody's home but our housekeeper, Finch said. My stepmom's at Soul Bikes or whatever, and my dad's pretty much always out. It's not easy running a sweatshop empire all by yourself, you know? I startled at this, but he didn't even look around when he said it. I followed him across the carpet, studded with pieces of tasteful furniture that would have made Harold weep with envy. Finch must have been used to showing people around because he took me straight to the view. It was disorienting to look out the high windows and see not the sweep of a rainy moor, but early evening advancing on Central Park. It made me forget the ugly thing he'd just said. Finch let me look for a minute, then smiled, the nervous way. So, you're here. I'm here. To see me? On purpose? Oh, God. He was echoing the words he'd said when he asked me out. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. I know I'm bad at it, but I just can't stop. He waited attentively for me to speak, and suddenly I wanted to slow everything down. I had my hand on my phone, ringer turned up, but Harold's violated apartment felt very far away. Until Ella called back, I had nowhere to go, and the sooner I got what I wanted from Finch, the sooner I'd go right back to being alone. Can I have a glass of water? I blurted. His eyes registered curiosity before melting into that easygoing Finch expression. The one he wore like armor. Of course. Are you hungry? Yeah, I said, even if it wasn't quite true. I'm starving. Finch led me into the kitchen. His housekeeper, Anna, looked like a retired Bond girl and sounded like an unretired Bond villain. She was about 60 and clucked around Finch while making us an endless stream of tiny sugar-powdered pancakes served with tart red jam. We didn't talk much, and the friendly sound of sizzling and the funny conversation she kept up with the batter under her breath made it so it didn't feel weird. When our hands were good and sticky with jam, she brought little finger bowls to the table, which seemed a bit much for an after-school snack. By 7 p.m., she had us de-jammed in the kitchen spotless. She kissed Finch's forehead and grabbed her big Mary Poppins bag and let herself out. The apartment yawned around us, humming with appliances and wealth. "So," I said, "you're probably wondering why I came over." "Actually, I'm wondering more about the name you gave my doorman, Prosper Pine." "Yeah, well, I'm hoping you can help me with something." My voice wobbled, and Finch noticed it, going focused and still. "I really need to read my grandmother's book, and I'm hoping you have a copy." He squinted, looking slightly let down. "Wait, you've never read it?" "No, I've tried. It's hard to find." "No kidding, it's hard to find. I only got a copy because of some family shit that went down. It was like the one thing I asked my dad for that Hanukkah. I think he flew an intern to Greece to get it." Relief made my eyes sting. "So you've got a copy?" "Had a copy. It was stolen." All those tiny pancakes turned to acid in my gut. "What? Like, out of your house?" "No, out of my hands. I have this friend who owns a rare bookshop, and he's never seen an actual copy of Hinterland. I'm not an idiot. I know this is an expensive book, so I take a cab to get there instead of the subway. Also, you're too rich to take the subway, I think, but don't say. I've got the book all tucked away in this acid-free plastic sleeve, and once I'm in the shop, I don't even let my friend alone with the book. He's a nice old guy. I met him when I was through my first edition phase, but something you don't let out of your sight. So he's wearing cotton gloves, turning the pages like we're in an Indiana Jones movie, and they might release a demon or something, freaking out in that quiet way collectors do. And then the door of the shop slams open and this boy runs in, 8 or 9 years old, pretty small. I grab up the book just in case, not actually thinking the kid would take it, or has any idea what it is, but the little shit ran up, sprayed something in my eyes, not mace, but like a cleaning product, and grabbed the book. I was so surprised I didn't keep a good grip on it. I ran after him, but it was too late. He got into a cab that was waiting and beat it. I goggled at him. Bullshit. Sadly, no. Why would he want that particular book? Why would a little kid even be in a rare bookstore? I'm guessing someone paid him to steal it. For a while, I wondered if my friend at the bookstore planned it, but he's a friend. That felt too paranoid. So then, I thought someone might have been tracking our emails about it, maybe specifically tracking emails that mentioned tales from the hinterland. So that's less paranoid? Good point. In my defense, I don't really believe that. It's just that book. Plenty of books are out of print, but you can still find them. Tales from the hinterland should be all over libraries, rare book rooms, eBay, but it's not. Either someone's been hoarding copies, or... He shrugged, meaningfully. Or something else. You can't even find scans of the stories online. He was right. There should have been more. Someone should have typed the stories up, scanned them, made fan art, but there was nothing like that. Almost nothing. I was 14 when I found a piece of the book online, a scrap of story. We were living in Iowa City, and my interest in Althea was my biggest secret, my only secret. 4 years spent checking used bookstore shelves and searching out traces of her online. 4 years disdaining the books Ella tried to get me to read in favor of devouring fairy tales. The classic pantheon first, then broader, weirder, darker, tales from around the world, always wondering how close they took me to Althea. But it was in Iowa that my secret pitched over into betrayal. In Iowa, I started communicating with Althea's fans. Fans was a word Ella spat out like a cherry pit, and it made sense. The ones I had met, my 6th grade English teacher, the batshit grad student who accosted us at Fairway during our first stint in New York, the biographer who tracked Ella down and tried to get her through me, the worst possible move he could have made, were cartoons. Nut jobs with bad breath and no lives of their own. It was different online. There I met fans who felt like me, people who'd read the book and loved it, who couldn't find it but got hooked on Althea anyway. The idea of her, like a comet's tail glimpsed just before it's gone. I'd stay up getting dry-eyed and hungry, lost deep inside an internet rabbit hole, while Ella worked at a bar on a ped mall. She'd come home each night smelling of cheap beer and lighter fluid, and I'd slap her laptop shut, faking boredom. She believed me, because we didn't lie to each other, except when we did. Memories of Iowa are as flat as the state. A gray spring, frat houses, bright pieces of girliness discarded in gutters, glittery slip-ons, headbands, once a pair of pink terry shorts. But one night stood out because it was the night I jumped from message board to message board, blog to blog, finally landing on a DeviantArt page featuring excerpts of Althea's stories, painted like illuminated Bible pages. I'd run my fingers over their pixels. They were beautiful, and more of her writing than I'd seen in one place since the day in the attic. My heart beat sideways as I clicked to enlarge a long page of The Sea Cellar. I started to read. I was tipsy, a little, on nasty apple wine Ella's then-boyfriend had made in his backyard press. It was sad and scuzzy being drunk alone, and the story felt like companionship, like reaching out to Althea for the 1000th time and finally feeling her reach back. The story opened on a young bride traveling a long way to her new husband's home and arriving to find it all lit up, but empty. I read a few paragraphs, the bride, the journey, the opulent, lonely house, when the light of my laptop cam switched on. I'd stared at its apple green eye for 2 hot beats and then slammed the laptop shut. The house was silent. A frail string of tinnitus sang a warning in my ears. I looked at the blanks of the windows, felt eyes on my neck and sandy fear pinning me in place. I cracked the laptop just enough to stick my thumb over the camera and then opened it the rest of the way. The green light was off. The browser was closed, and my internet history was wiped clean. I darted to the kitchen to grab a piece of black tape to stick over the camera, drew all the curtains, and lay in bed with the lights on, waiting for Ella to come home. By then I was old enough to know Althea wasn't really watching me, but that was when I started to wonder if someone else was. Ella didn't ask about the black tape, but a week later I fell asleep in front of an open thread about Althea's use of numerology and woke to Ella's intake of breath, her smoky black hair in my face. She leaned over me to slam the laptop shut with her fist. What the fuck, Alice? Ella didn't talk that way to me. She talked that way to drunk freshmen trying to get served at her bar, and boyfriends who got shitty when she told them we were gone, landlords with a knack for stopping by too often, and always when one or the other of us was in a towel. You never told me I couldn't, was the first stupid thing I wanted to say. But she hadn't had to. The taboo was baked into me. It was in everything we didn't say. The flinch in her shoulder and the way her head lowered like a boxer's when people tried to talk about Althea. In that moment, I hated her. So I said something worse. Why are we alone? It was a question that had lived in me for years. I didn't think I'd dare ask it until I did. Why are we alone if we don't have to be? Ella's mouth opened, soft and surprised. She sat down, slow, like her bones hurt. Then, for the first and last time in my life, she was cruel to me. You think she wants to be your grandma? She said in a voice that wasn't quite hers. You look at her big house in that magazine you think I don't know about, and you think, oh, if only she'd ask me to come live with her. She shook her head. Not a chance. Althea doesn't want you, so stop torturing yourself about what could be in this life. It's you. She pointed at me, then stabbed her finger hard into her breastbone. And me. Got it? I felt like she'd stripped me naked. In that moment, even the rising mercury of anger abandoned me. After a long, charged moment, she reached for me, already crying, but I slid out of her grip and ran for the bathroom. I was dramatic and stupid. I made up a bed with towels in the tub just to put a door between us. But by the next morning, I'd decided she was right. I was done holding a torch for a stranger. I'll stop. That was all I said to Ella. She didn't say promise me, or how can I trust you, or anything like that. She just believed me, and that time I wasn't lying. I gave Althea up like a drug, and I didn't let her back in until the day my kidnapper showed up at the cafe with her book in his hand. Alice? I startled, looking back at Finch. Sorry, what did you say? I asked if you heard what happened to the movie they made about it, about the stories. Just what was in the Vanity Fair piece? Disappearances, after all that. Okay, so the director died not long after it was made. You heard about that? Finch, you know more than me, just talk. He looked sheepish. Sorry, I'm geeking out. Okay, so, yeah, he died in a single car crash. Sometime in the 70s, his stuff was auctioned off, including the original reels for the Hinterland film, to a rich collector who only showed them in private screenings, and then, when she died, she bequeathed them to the American Film Institute, but they never showed up. What do you mean? I mean they never showed up. They got lost, or destroyed, or are still moldering in a collection somewhere, but nobody has any idea where they went. It's one of the few really lost films of the decade. But back to the book, I said. Did you make copies? Photograph the pages? I thought about it. Of course I did. But it didn't feel right, sharing them like that. It would have been a violation. A violation of who? Althea? Of the stories, he said. There was like a covenant among the people who'd read them. Either you found them on your own, and you were deserving, or you didn't, and you weren't. His face was so serious and noble I wanted to slap it. Or, third option, your rich dad bought them for you and you didn't have to worry about it either way. That pissed him off. I could see it in his hands, tightening on the table's edge, but he laughed, and he made it sound easy. Look, losing that book was the saddest breakup I've ever had. At least I read the stories 1,000,000 times while I still had them. So you remember how they go? Of course. I went straight home after the book was stolen and wrote their names down too, so I'd never forget. You want me to tell you about them? Alice 3 times, I said automatically. What does that mean? What's it about? Oh yeah, that's a creepy one, he said, then frowned. Wait, your mom didn't name you after that story, did she? My eyes flicked to my phone, lying face up and silent on the table. Not a word from her, or anyone else. I didn't think so, but now I'm not so sure. He looked suddenly shy again. Can I show you something? It's something, um, I've been wanting to show you for a while. Except I was a dick when you tried to talk to me about Althea. Finch smiled but didn't deny it. You want to see it now? It's about her. Okay. Yes, definitely. It's upstairs, in my room. We walked up a winding staircase to the third floor, which was all Ellery's. The carpet up there was Grover blue and felt awesomely thick through my shoes, and everything smelled better than I thought a boy's room could. To be fair, it was more of a boy's suite. The first room had a billiard home movie theater set up, decorated with light-up beer signs. I'd bet $1,000,000 were some interior decorator's idea of high school boy, not Finch's. Please ignore the Budweiser chapel, he said, practically fog marching me through it. The room beyond it said Ellery Finch all over it. It was a high-ceilinged study with soft recessed lighting and a wide bank of windows on one side. A beautiful behemoth of a desk sat in the center, covered in books and a laptop and a green-shaded lamp that looked like it came from a pool hall. The room was almost empty otherwise, and it would have been monkish if the 3 windowless walls weren't entirely given over to books. They're not all mine, he said. This room used to be a creepy fake library with all these random leather-bound reference books bought by the yard, but I've been swapping them out for the real stuff for years. I wanted to shove him out, lock the doors, and live in the room for a month. Bought by the yard, I managed to say. That's so weird. I know. It's a thing they do for rich people who want the effect but don't actually want to read the things. God forbid my dad cracks a fucking book. He paused and touched his fingertips to his mouth. Mostly it's almanacs and old censuses and stuff, but occasionally there's something good. That's what I wanted to show you, actually. There was a door on the far side of the room that hung open a few inches. I bet it led to his bedroom, and I was almost let down I wasn't going to see it. It'll be a vintage My Bloody Valentine poster, an unmade bed, and an Underwood typewriter, I told myself. What's there to see? Finch gently tugged a book from its place on the wall. Its green cover made my heart jump. But it was bigger than Tales from the Hinterland. The leather pressed and attractively cracked. He laid it carefully on the desk. The words, My Hollywood Story, swooned across the cover in loopy print. Check out this cheeseball, Finch said, turning to the title page. A black and white headshot of a Valentino type smoldered out at us from beneath a high double peak of glossy hair. He was wearing more eyeliner than Audrey after a cat-eye tutorial binge. Vincent Calais, Finch said. French actor, did some American movie in the 40s. He played Myrna Loy's bad boyfriend once, so that's pretty cool. His writing is hilariously terrible, but I'm a sucker for film history, so I flipped through it. He opened the book to the photos in the center. So here's poor old Vincent standing kinda near Anita Ekberg at a party. Oh, here, you can see the netting of his toupee. But look, check this one out. I leaned over the book. An elderly Vincent and his shit-eating grin sat at a restaurant table, looking greasy and overexposed. On one side of him, a blonde bunny smiled for the camera, all eyelashes and chest. On the other was a man with a perm and a boxer's build, much younger than Vince. His eyes basically had comic book arrows coming out of them, pointing toward the blonde's chest. And next to him, looking like she was beaming in front of in from another photo, sat my grandmother. My eyes flicked down to the caption, L to R, unknown woman, Calais, Ted Sharp, Althea Prosperpine, 1972. My grandmother would have been 28 then. Her book a year old. I looked back at her face. Hers was the kind of liquid loveliness that held a secret. You look at it, again and again, trying to catch it. That quirked brow, the lip with a nick in it, like maybe she'd fallen off of her roller skates as a girl. She wore a sleeveless patterned top and her hair was in a messy bob, dark bangs swept over her forehead. The fingers of her right hand touched her chin absently. On her first finger, the same onyx ring she wore in her author photo. On her third, a coiled metal snake. She looks like you, Finch said. Not even close. If I was a house cat, she was a lynx. My scar's on my chin, not my lip, I said, touching the white dent I'd gotten during a particularly ugly run-in with bad luck. You know what I meant. It's the eyes, I think. You look like you've got a million things going on in your mind, but you're not saying them. I hated unsolicited compliments, if that's what that was, so I kept my eyes trained on Althea. Is there anything about her in the book? Nothing. This is how I discovered her, actually, this photo. I read the entire 1970s section hoping she'd show up. He rubbed his chin with the flat of his palm, thoughtfully. It was just her face, you know. She looked like she was somebody I should know about. And that name, it's a lot of a name. Finally, I Googled her, which I should have done first, and found out about the book. I couldn't find it anywhere, not even reprints of the stories, just old articles and stuff, not very long, except for the Vanity Fair piece. I became weirdly obsessed with reading the book, mostly because it's impossible to find. Is it good? Good, I thought for a moment. Good isn't the right word. It puts you in this weird headspace. I'd just gone through some family stuff when I read it. I was all messed up. Getting the book at that exact moment was just what I needed. It gave me a feeling like... He stopped, narrowed his eyes at me. Don't laugh. It made me feel the way love songs do when you're falling in love, except in a messed up way, because that's where my head was at. There's a lot of darkness in them. I can't remember now how much of that was in the stories and how much of it was mine. I loved them either way. I'm really sorry I can't read them again. So am I. He must have heard the trouble in my voice, because his changed too, got more serious. Why now? You don't seem interested much in talking about her, your grandmother. What changed? I opened my mouth, and the awful confusion of it pressed in. The red-haired man, the stench, the empty apartment. I got home from school today, I began. Finch waited. We looked at each other in the warm light. His eyes were brown and guileless. I got home, and someone had been there. Someone had broke in. There was this weird smell, and I could just tell. A smell? Was there? Was that it? No, that's not it. Whoever it was had left something for me. On my bed. He recoiled when I said the word bed. Oh, God. What was it? I pulled out the envelope, flattened the title page onto the table. He grew still, then reached for it. He touched it like it was a relic. No way, he breathed. And my mom? Something in me didn't want the words to say aloud, but it... Something in me didn't want the words said aloud, like it might make them true. She's not there. I can't reach her. I can't reach any of them. I don't know what to do. And weird shit has been happening, stuff that'll sound stupid if I try to explain. Finch's eyes were trained on the page. He looked like he wanted to grind it up and snort it. Finch? He looked up at me, and I saw the shift when he went from geeked out fan back to friend, I guess. Wait. He grabbed my hand gently. He wasn't much taller than me. Our eyes were almost level. Someone broke into your apartment and left something very rare and, in context, very creepy in your room. And now you can't reach your mom? What if she's filing out a police report somewhere? I'm so sorry this happened to you, but I don't think you have to panic. Have you thought about calling your grandmother, just in case? I pulled my hand back sharply from his. I can't call her, she's dead. He startled back. What? No, I would have heard something. Why would you have heard something? Because there's this thing called the internet, and she's famous, or was. Everyone gets an obituary. She can't be dead. My chest burned. I can't have you telling me my dead grandmother isn't dead right now, Finch. That's like the second or third worst thing you could pick to argue about. Shit, you're right. That was a stupid thing to say. This is very, very weird. He stared at me for a minute, like he was calculating something. Okay. Your mom is fine. I'm sure there's an explanation. No, you're not. Well, no matter where they are, you shouldn't go back to your place alone. Let's go together. Maybe they're already back, or maybe I'll see something you didn't. And there it was, behind his gentle expression of concern, a bright curiosity, a hunger. My vow to Ella kept me away from Althea fans, rare as they were, but that didn't mean they kept away from me. Forget it, I said, standing suddenly. I lurched away from the table clumsily, shouldering my bag. What's wrong? I don't talk to fans. I thought the ice in my voice would make him shrivel or tell me to fuck off. I'm just trying to help you. Instead, he looked confused. Why? I opened my mouth, closed it. If talking to a fan was a betrayal, then betrayal had happened. It was too late to turn back. I don't know, I said finally. Then how about getting over it? I don't think you have anyone else you can go with. He said it gently, but I felt pinpricks of shame anyway. That's not true. I could go stay at my friend Lana's. I probably could, too, but Lana already lived with 2 other sculptors and had half a klezmer band in a stuffed gowanus flat, and calling her my friend was pushing it. But you didn't go to Lana, he said. You came to me. In that moment, I wondered when the last time was that I'd made eye contact with someone for this long. Someone who wasn't Ella. I wanted so badly to not need him, but the idea of going back out into the city alone sent a feeling of cold desolation blowing through me. In my mind, Harold's apartment was an alien landscape. Something had passed through it. Something that didn't belong. I couldn't be alone there with that feeling. I hated needing something from someone when I had absolutely nothing to offer back. You'd think, after the upbringing I'd had, I'd at least be used to it. Fine, I managed, relief crashing in. Sorry, it's a school night. Finch looked at me like I'd said something colossally stupid, which I guess I had, but it still rankled, then sprinted to his bedroom door. He slid through like he didn't want me to see inside, which made me reassess my guess at what he was hiding in there. Bikini babes on Ferraris? Lots of suspicion. Oh my god, this line. Hold on. Bikini babes on Ferraris? Lots of suspiciously balled up socks? Fuck. Oh my god. Fuck, I'm sorry. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Oh my god. Or, wait. That was the bad boy from a teen comedy, not a rich New York kid with a Vonnegut quote tattooed up his arm. I had to admit, I liked Finch's tattoo. A few minutes later, he came out in a blue zip-up, a beat leather bag I recognized from school over his shoulder. You ready? I wished he didn't sound so excited, and I told him so. I sound excited? Yeah, you do. I counted to 3 as I breathed in the peace, breathed out the rage, like Ella had been making me do ever since I broke a baton over a girl's head in kindergarten. Damn. It helped. A little. This isn't an adventure, okay? This isn't an Althea Proserpine thing. My mom is missing. Maybe. Oh, he looked down. I really don't mean to be excited. I'm just glad to be going somewhere with you. Are you for real? I wanted to say, but some self-preserving instinct kept the words back. I did have some control. We traced my steps back to Harold's, where the front desk was still unmanned. That's another thing. I haven't seen our doorman since this morning. Weird, right? Definitely weird. Finch muttered, his eyes zigzagging around the lobby. Now that we were in the building, he was doing this thing where he walked in front of me with one hand thrown behind him, like someone was about to start shooting arrows at us. Can you let me... Dude, I have to open the elevator. He fell back, sheepishly, and I applied the elevator key. Harold's elevator was a gas station bathroom compared to Finch's. I couldn't help but note. We rode up in prickling silence. When the doors slid open, my body was tensed and humming. I was ready to scream, or gasp, or see my mom, my mouth already forming the words I'd yell at her for making me worry. But the foyer was empty. God, that smell, Finch whispered. Then I saw something that sent me flying out into the marble. Harold's briefcase, slung onto the table in the entrance hall. All at once, I felt a rush of giddy relief expanding in my chest, coupled with crushing embarrassment that I'd made Finch come here. Hello? I called out. Mom? Harold? Silence. Then the rapid sound of approaching feet. Harold came careening around the corner, his shaved head flushed. I never thought I'd be so happy to see him. Harold, where's my The words died in my throat. Harold was holding a gun, so blunt and iconic it looked like a toy, and he was pointing it square at my chest. Finch made a strangled sound in his throat, grabbed me roughly and pulled me behind him. What the hell, Harold? I gasped, pushing past Finch. It's me. I know who it is, he said. His voice was high, his lips so tight there was a taut ring of white around them. I could smell him from where I stood. Cologne and a sickly sweat. My heart chugged, turning itself over like a broken-down engine. Harold, where's my mom? You looked at me like I'm the monster, he said. What? My mouth was so dry I could hear my tongue. Was any of it real? Ella? Did she really? He made a choked sound. All the bad luck I'd ever had was focused into one dark point, the black muzzle of the gun. Please, I said. Please, what did you do to her? Where is she? Do to her? I did everything to make her happy. And you, treating me like I don't belong in my own home, like I shouldn't be allowed to touch her. The gun was dropping, like his arm was a dying stem. You shouldn't, I thought, but it was a dim, reflexive thing. The gun still hovered at his wrist, or at his waist. If it went off, he'd hit my knee. And now this, he said. Now you bring this into my life? My daughter could have been killed. Killed? I remember Audrey's phone abandoned on the bed. Are they hurt? Ella and Audrey. I'm supposed to believe you care? He walked forward and took me roughly by the shoulder, gun still hanging from his other hand. I froze. Harold hadn't touched me since we hugged to make Ella happy at the wedding. I felt Finch go tense, as Harold glanced down at me with his sad blue pirate eyes. He shook me like I was something he was clenching, like I was something he was checking for leaks. Don't touch me, I gasped, twisting away right as Finch grabbed Harold's arm. Get away from her, he said through gritted teeth. Harold made an anguished sound and lifted the gun. Finch and I startled back. I loved her. I loved her so much, and she lied to me every day. Sir, Finch said, and his voice was strong and even. Point the gun at the floor. We're going to turn around and leave right now. Just please point the gun at the floor. We're not going anywhere, I said, my voice seesawing like the deck of a ship. Not until he tells me where she is. There was a clicking of heels on tile, and Audrey pulled up behind her dad, clutching a stuffed duffel to her chest and looking drawn behind her makeup mask. Dad, she said. All the sharp laughter and shiny bullshit had gone out of her voice. She sounded very tired. Put that thing down. For a second, he didn't seem to hear her. Then, he dropped the gun to the table with a hard clack that made my teeth hurt. Your mom is gone, Audrey said, in that same dead voice. They took us too, but they let us go. We only came back to get some stuff. We're not staying, so you can tell them that if they ask. And don't try to find us. Who took her? Who? Audrey's pupils were dilated, I realized, with shock or trauma. The hinterland, she said. They told us they were the hinterland. I wanted to collapse on the tile. The adrenaline of seeing the gun was ebbing, leaving my limbs gummy and jittering, and that word, hinterland, Althea, again. What did they look like? Harold put his hand on the gun. Get the fuck out. I didn't think he would really shoot me. Just tell me. Tell me where they took her and I'll go. Please. Get the fuck out. Finch already had me by the arm and the waist, guiding me towards the elevator. It was waiting for us and opened with a chilly ping. We'll come back with cops if we have to, he said quietly, or someone from my dad's security team. My eyes stayed on Harold as the door slid shut between us. No, we won't. I'll never come back here again. That's the end of chapter 7. Oh, okay, yeah, posture check. I need that for sure. And I think there was a hydrate earlier, right? That was beefy? That was beefy. It was. There was a lot of plot in that chapter. Woo, well now I'm hooked for sure. Good. I love this book, you guys. This is one of my favorite books. I'm so thrilled you guys like it too. Okay, I'm gonna flip ahead and see how long chapter 8 is. Chapter 8 is only 3 pages. And then I think we should read chapter 8 and then we'll leave off here. One more. Chapter 9 has like a special design. So we'll read chapter 8 and then we'll leave off here. I think that'll be a great stopping point for us. Oh man. Wait, before I get into it, did you guys see that happening? Did you see the twist? Did you know? Because I remember the first time I read this book, it shocked me. A little. I was so roped in. I let the story take me. It is very easy to get lost in these words. And the imagery, the way the author tells the story, I'm seated. I'm so invested, you know? Okay. I'm gonna do a stretch too. I'm not sure what twist you're referring to. Um, the fact that they were kidnapped by people who are calling themselves the Hinterland, and that's the title of her grandma's book. And the fact that they just like let them go. That the first time I read this, I was like, did they let them go? What? I don't understand. Okay. Chapter 8. Finch. Half of the clips are edited and renamed. Oh, thank you. Oh, well, I wouldn't call this a twist per se, but yeah, it's simmering. Yes, simmering, indeed. Chapter 8. Finch could have walked away forever as soon as we hit the sidewalk. He could have put me in a cab, ignoring the fact that I had nowhere to go, and he knew it. He could have used his bottomless bank account to get me a hotel room for the night if he really wanted to go all out. But he didn't do any of those things. And somewhere beneath my gratitude and my fear, I couldn't stop wondering why. We have to call the cops. Your stepdad could have hurt you. I looked at my stupid silent phone and pressed my hands to my chest. It felt like a room squeezing in on itself. Mom, I said raggedly to the air. Then Finch had an arm around me again, helping me sit on a low garden wall. Hey, breathe, okay? Breathe. I took shuddering sips of air. I'd never had a panic attack, but Ella used to get them sometimes. She thought she hid them from me, but I knew. Finch crouched in front of me. It's okay. Just breathe. His words turned into an irritant, and my body coursed with a sudden fire. I pushed him aside and jumped up, my hands clenching and unclenching and cupping themselves around a phantom cigarette. I saw Ella last night in her cocktail dress. Ella's sleeping outline in the dark of my room. Ella driving, and Ella laughing, and Ella's level brown eyes on mine. Ever since I was old enough for it, I was the vigilant one, always keeping an eye on the bad luck when Ella did her best to make our squats and claimed corners into a home. But I'd let my guard down. I'd let the bad luck take some unfathomable form and walk right in and carry Ella away. Audrey said the hinterland took them. What the hell does that mean? Finch shook his head apologetically. I have no idea. The street in front of Harold's apartment looked transformed. The last of the light had died. Everything was shifting shadow, the smell of old smoke, the enervating rustle of half-naked trees. Terror lapped around me and threatened to pull me under. I held it back, with motion and rising anger, with magical thinking. If that light turns green on the count of 3, my mother will walk around that corner. It did. But she didn't. Finch stood, too, keeping his distance as I paced. What if he stopped talking, waiting for me to ask? Spit it out. You're not gonna like it. There's nothing here to like. Just say it. Talking was good. Talking rooted me here, under the streetlight, with Finch, instead of racing outward into a wild black galaxy where I couldn't feel the tug of my mother anywhere. What if, when she said the hinterland, she meant the hinterland? Make sense, Finch, please. The hinterland, it's the place where the stories, connect. They're all set in the same place. He'd snapped, into scholar mode and it helped. The bronchitis squeeze in my chest subsided. All fairy tales are set in the same place. Once upon a time land. Not Althea's. There's a theory. I groaned. I'd spent enough time on her message boards where a mix of fans and folklore scholars swapped theories about the books to be wary. You'd think she'd be too obscure to have an internet following, but obscurity was half of her appeal. Oh my god, you're a deep fan. You're into the theories? That one made it through his optimism. Yeah, I'm deep fan, he said sharply, and suddenly that shit's exactly what you need. You want to hear it or not? I was taken aback, and not in a bad way. I nodded for him to continue. So there's a theory, he emphasized the word, about Althea's disappearance in the 60s, that she was out somewhere collecting the stories, like Alan Lomax did with American folk music, that the hinterland is a code name for the boonies in some northern country. I'd heard that one. Seemed plausible, actually, which was probably why it annoyed me so much. So, what if that's the hinterland Audrey was talking about? He persisted. Maybe Althea took a story from someone who's pissed, someone who wants credit for it, and now they're stalking her family 40 years later? I finished. Some, I don't know, Norwegian herdsman finally made his way to New York to take ancient revenge? The red-headed man's face flickered across my mind's eye. I should have told Finch about him, but I kept thinking of the last part of that Nelson Algernon quote, "Never sleep with a woman whose troubles are worse than your own." I was about a mile from sleeping with Finch, but my troubles were becoming his anyway. I didn't want to pile on more. He shrugged. It's just a theory. It's got to mean something. They left a page from the book, for God's sakes. Maybe it's a code. Look, you need to tell me about Alice 3 times, in case there's something in it. Any clue on what I'm supposed to do next? Fine, but let's go somewhere we can be alone. He saw my face and smiled, tight and brief. Alone, like, not where my dad and stepmom can hear us. One of them could actually be home by now. We ended up at a diner on 79th Street, the kind of place where even a bowl of matzo ball soup cost $12. That's what Finch ordered, plus a club sandwich with extra pickles on the side. I got pancakes drowned in blueberry syrup. Because that's what I ate at the diner with the red-haired man. They congealed fast on my plate and failed to bring any repressed memories flooding back. I kept my phone on the table between us, my heart sinking a little lower every time I looked at its mute black screen. The whole world was bending around the absence of my mother, like light ricocheting off of something too dark to eliminate. I saw my face in the bowl of the extra soup spoon the waiter had laid on the table. My eyes were shocked holes. Finch ate one pickle, put another on the edge of my saucer, and cut the last one in 4 and tucked each part into a wedge of his sandwich. Okay, he said. Here's what I remember about Alice 3 times. His recounting was more detailed than I'd hoped it would be, though he kept second-guessing himself and tangling it with other tales. The basic shape of it went like this. And that's where we stop. What'd you guys think? You're evil. Oh my god. Levi the Cuddle Bean, I have 2 questions about your name. Are you a casket in a fruit, or are you a fruit in a casket? I am a ghost that is tethered to a casket that happens to like fruit. So close. Okay, I cannot wait for the next reading. Oh my god, what a way to end a chapter. She's so proud of herself too. I am. I am. Hmm. So, next week, because it'll be next week when I read this again. It'll either be on Friday night or Saturday night. So keep an eye out for my schedule. I'll post my schedule on Sunday, but we will pick up where we left off next week. I'm back from getting foods. I totally missed the rest of the reading. Alex, that's okay. You're here just in time for a little bit of yapping before I call it a night. Okay. I think I'm tired of speaking in ASMR voice, so give me a moment. I'm gonna switch over to just chatting. Uno más. Did you guys really like the book? It's 1 a.m. for you. It is. It is 1 a.m. for me. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. It doesn't feel like it's that late for me though. Because um because it's oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's that late for me because I've been preparing for this for a long time. So I listen to a lot of audiobooks, but having it read like that still feels new. Yeah, I it's it's different, right? Because like audiobooks, the person has the ability to like do takes and then re-record and get like the pacing absolutely right, but I wasn't really focused on getting the pacing right. I was getting the feeling right, you know? So that's uh that's a totally different ball game. And I'm proud of myself. It's also very relaxing. I'm so eep. You're so eep, huh? All right. Well, I'm gonna do my usual just yapping thing for a little bit. Um. Oh, Alex, why are you using the pouty face? Are you sad you missed the rest of the story? It's okay. It's okay. The VOD is going to exist. The reason why I was trying not to interrupt the reading is that I want to cut up these VODs. So I'll have the VOD saved on my FruitsCasket VODs page, right? But then I'm also going to cut it and um, put all of the reading segments together in a YouTube video for you to read later, or for you to listen to later. Yeah, I gotta head to bed soon. No worries. I'm not gonna be sitting here yapping for an hour. I can't. I have to wake up early tomorrow. On, it's 1 a.m. What do you mean you have to wake up early tomorrow? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I am def sleeping in tonight. Yeah. Thank you, Ghosty, of course. I missed the first couple of chapters, so it took me a bit to lock in, but by chapter 5 I was focused. Hell yeah. Uh, I have a full ass fresca here too, because I was only hydrating with water for the purpose of reading. Oh man, so refreshing. Uh, that was fun. What about full bikini babes on Ferraris? It was the line about the socks, the balled up socks, the suspicious balled up socks. I was like, why, what? Yeah, sure. I love how the author just like leaves breadcrumbs um like about these characters. Like she's not really going like this person looks like this and he does this and this is his personality. It's nice. It's nice to have character development happen naturally like that, you know? Yeah, the characterization is really good. I'm I'm absolutely happy about it, yeah. It's one of my favorite ones. Oh, hi, Silver. Uh, as you should. Yeah. Uh, I'm glad that you guys were bearing with me while I did that for the first time. That was a lot of fun. It's a very intriguing story. Definitely pulls a person in. I agree. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Um, I turned that. ads back on. I know we're gonna be ending stream in a little while, but I'm still gonna update the title anyway. So for those of you who were here for, even if you weren't here for all of it, if you were just here for some of it, was there a favorite part you had of what we read? Or maybe not favorite, but like, was there a part that stuck out to you? The stream was also excellent overall, very validating for some ideas I've had too. Loved it. Oh, cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's an idea I've been wanting, to try. So I'm glad I tried it. Yeah, the dashing beautiful babe? What? You talking? Oh. Your floating books art is peak? Oh, thank you. I'm particularly proud of that too. Um in here, just as a treat for you guys, because you've been here. Here are I'm going to turn all of my redeems back on for the last part of stream. Everything except the throw fruit. You can't throw fruit at me today. I'm so sorry, guys. Here you go. A treat? We're getting spoiled. There you go. It did. It looked really good. Thank you. How long have you been here, Colton? Ghosty treating us. Yeah, I mean, I like to be spoiled, so I want to treat you guys the same way. You just can't throw fruit, because I'm gonna have to open that program, and I don't feel like it right now. But I'll turn it on for Sunday's stream, I promise. Actually, I'm gonna climb into bed, but have you up on the phone. Yeah, no worries. Relax.
Ooh.
I'm sure you guys are nice and cozy and relaxed after that. I have been here for at least over an hour. Really? And well, you missed the beginning, but I hope parts of it were at least fun for you. The fact that she calls her mom by her first name in the relationship they have really grabbed me. Yeah, so that's an interesting. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. That's an interesting little breadcrumb that the author has left for you. I was just listening while doing little edits. Well, thank you for listening to me. Also, she said something that raises a lot of red flags. Oh? Like what? Like what? I want to know. Are you theory crafting already? After 8 chapters? I couldn't control myself well back then or something like that? Ah, you picked up on that. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for you guys to know more. Like I said, this book is only, what did I say, 30 chapters? 31 chapters or something like that? It's not a very long book, but it is a very captivating read that you can get lost in. It's a good one. Only 30? Yeah, it's 31 chapters. Right at the beginning of stream when I was checking the back of the book to see exactly how long. It's also only like 300 pages. Now we need more. So if we read an average of, what did we get through? 8 chapters today? If we read an average of like 8 to 10 chapters, this is really only going to take us like 3 to 4 streams. You make it easy, Ghosty. This isn't meant to be flirty when I say this, but you have a very gentle voice or harmonic. So for whatever reason, it's easy on my ears which are very sensitive. Oh, well, okay. I won't take it flirty. I won't. I will behave and I'll say thank you for the compliment. I will go ahead and be vulnerable with you guys right now because I did so at the beginning of stream too. But I didn't know I didn't know that people would like my voice when I started doing this. And I didn't know that my voice would be well received. And I don't even think I really fully understood what I sounded like before I started streaming. And it was on my debut stream on August 1st when everyone was like, "Oh my god, we could listen to you say anything, like literally like just read us a book and we would tune in for it." I've been thinking about doing this ever since someone said that to me. So, um that's honestly the highest compliment you could give me. So, thank you. You have a wonderful voice, Ghosty. Aw, it's lovely. Oh. Well, you guys, thank you for validating me. I'm finally done with my bartender test to be state certified and I'm so brain fried. Oh my gosh. I hope you get state certified. Good luck, Zero. I believe in you. You have a very friendly and calming voice. It was an instant standout when I found your channel. Oh, Nudge. And it's always a pleasure seeing you in my chat too, cuz it I recognize when people I remember when everyone first found me. And I know that I'm like a small creator and I don't have like a million followers or whatever, but every time someone first shows up in my chat, it's like branded in my brain. And then every time I see you after that point, I remember that time. So, you know, I like you guys just as much as you like me. You mentioned it a couple of times since then as well. I've been wanting to do this, you know? I've been wanting to do this. I've been wanting to branch out and try something new, and I'm glad that I challenged myself to do it. And it's very validating that some of you guys are invested in the story just like me. I'm deeply thankful I found you. Aw, I could listen to you for hours. In fact, that's what I do weekly. True, except most of the time I'm usually screaming. I'm usually screaming. I'm not usually speaking low like that. I am also now a coal miner and still am a hazmat semi-driver. Holy Zero. How many more skills are you gonna pick up, huh? I wonder if there's something that you can't do. It is meant to be a compliment, and I will trade vulnerability for vulnerability. I work out as hard as I do because I was made fun of for my appearance as a kid. I'm not fully okay with myself, but I'm better. Aw. That's how you do it, man. You gotta conquer that. You gotta because I have insecurities like that too, you know, like why do you think I'm a VTuber, right? But there is a the older you get, I think it becomes easier to kind of comfort your childhood self, you know? So I'm sure I don't have to tell you that since you're already doing something about it, but if you haven't yet, if you're in chat and you haven't yet, comfort your childhood self. They'll thank you for it. Trust me, I got to hear you screaming while editing clips. Oh, so you're listening to both? I'm glad I found you as well. Aw, Alex! Honestly, Alex, I've seen you floating around in Ez's community and Ted's community, and I'm happy to have you here too. Do you remember what you were playing when I first met you then, huh? What I was playing? When I first met you, what I was playing? No, I don't remember what I was doing. But I remember you coming in chat and telling me who you were and being very wholesome because you love Ted so much. I remember you coming into my chat and being like, I want to support people who support him. And it made me a little teary eyed a little bit because of, you know, that's just so sweet. I cannot draw. I don't have time to learn. See, but Zero, that's the thing, is that if you did learn, if you did have time to learn, I bet you could. I bet you could. I'm just saying, I bet you could do it if you tried. I know she for sure still remembers when I come in chat for the first time, so I won't ask, but I'm curious to hear when y'all got here. Oh yeah, I definitely I definitely remember. The two wolves cast was funny clashing. Oh my god, yeah. There are two wolves inside of me, and one is very soft and loves books, and the other one is screaming for her fucking life. Yay, fruit! Oh my god, Gari! Congratulations on the fruit! I know I don't need to quiz you on when I first showed up. We talk about it a lot. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. This is true. I'm low-key everywhere, but I'm glad I found Ez community alongside Ted's and so on. Also yours. Aw. Honestly, we're all so interconnected with each other, like in our little bubble. I'm very, very happy about it. I don't remember what cast was playing when I first turned up. Gary, I'm pretty sure you found me on my first day trying to play Repo. Because the only reason why I remember it is because I called you Gary, and then I got very self-conscious about it, and I was like, there's no way your name is Gary. I was like, please tell me how to pronounce your name. And then I felt like an idiot American. I'm pretty sure you found me the very first day I played Repo. I think my first few casket streams were just chatting streams. I think so too. I think you found me because I typically just do just chatting at the end of the night, and that's when you were popping in. Little Misfortune was the one I turned into, if I remember correctly. Oh, man, I love that game. Cass may not remember my first time showing up here, but I'm sure she remembers my first raid. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. But before you did that raid, Zero, we were talking about coffee way before then. Oh yeah, I think it was Repo. Yep, it was. It sure was. Wow, you guys. I can't believe. Incredible. I think Auntie joined after a Frabno. I love that Frabno has caught on. Nox, are you still here? Chat still calls it Frabno. They say Frabno be killing it all the time. I got in here back in December during full-on mental collapse. I think I maybe commented on a couple of times, lurked, and dropped a big donation. Don't remember what was going on. I just remember finally being able to just calm down. Yeah, Nutch, that is partially why I'm probably never going to forget you, because you changed my life, without even knowing that you did. So, much love. Ravno be killing them. Yeah. To answer the question, I first filtered in on an Opal raid, and figured out you like Bones coffee too, and then I decided to live in the walls. Yes, and we have welcomed you in the walls of this cemetery since then. That's very sincere. Much love. It was real. It was real. I don't like to, so I know a lot of people are very open and vocal about like, oh, their donations or their throne gifts or whatever, but I don't like to. I just figured if you wanted everyone to know, you would say something about it in chat or in the community or something. So I keep everything private, but yeah, Nut, you changed my life, so thank you. I live in the pipework. Glad to hear some good thing came from my crash out. Yes, yes, it did. And now you're part of a great community. Honestly. Hi, Ka. Oh my gosh, welcome in. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for the head pat. Hmm. My favorite part of that game is when Frabno said, I'm frabbing time, and then she frabbed all over them. Oh my god. Not it's frabbing time. No, no. Yeah, I just do things when I can. Hi, Fruit. I recently got to the next palace in Persona 5, and let's just say I may be in for a long ride with this one. Oh, really? Oh, gosh. Well, trust and believe, I'm going to be back on my Persona grind really soon. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, because I can't wait to get back. I can't wait to get back to it. I get it. I like to do mine as a joke most of the time, but giving gifts and sharing stuff is also my love language. Not it's Frabbit time, you guys. Actually, I'm gonna pin that. Cause why not? Not gonna say because I'm way far in by now. Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you for keeping the spoilers to yourself. Much appreciated. Hmm. Alright, on this Frabno posting, I will go to bed. Good night, everyone. Good night, Han. I hope you have a great day tomorrow, and I hope you sleep well. Thank you for being here with me. I'll hang in a little longer. Okay. Anyone in chat, if you need to go to bed, please don't force yourself to be here with me. I just please understand, I drank a lot of energy drinks in order to make sure I could stay up late to read you guys a bedtime story. And I was speaking so low for so long that it feels so nice to like just talk normally right now. I can't wait to hear what happens next in the story. We will find out next week. We will find out next week. I knew you'd want to talk normal soon. Yes, please. Ah, my God. Let me express myself. uh, I'm so glad all of my hard work before stream paid off, though. It took me 2 hours to edit the rain sounds on a loop like that and to get the rain to look natural over top of everything, and then to have all of the books floating. I had to change the color of some of the books because it was accidentally the same color as my hair, and it looked like I had like 2 cat ears on. And then there was just so much, chat. There was just so much. I may or may not have added soundboards to test it out. Oh my God. My vocal cords. I'm honestly surprised I didn't like have any coughing fits or anything while I was reading too. Chad, I'm so proud of me. I don't have a lot of moments where I'm just like, I did that thing, but I fucking did that thing. I did that shit. Yeah, you did amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I read that fucking book, man. Thank you guys. Thank you. I'm not like fishing for you guys to tell me I did a good job. I'm just like, you know what? For once in my afterlife, I'm gonna give myself a pat on the back. I think I did a pretty damn good job. Get fished, loser. I think at this point I have 4 nicknames for you, and Ghosty might be my favorite. Oh, really? What are the other 3? What are the other, Colton, please enlighten me. What are the other 3? Ghosty is what I refer to myself a lot, so I like that nickname. Like, I think my go live notification says your favorite Ghosty is live. Oh god, I made too many nicknames I'm not gonna repeat. Ghosty, Cass, Cassie, Frou Frou. Oh, Frou Frou. Frou Frou is what Tsutomi calls me. I say ghosty a lot too. That's what I am. I'm a little ghosty. That's how that's like my identifier. I haven't heard Tsutomi say it, but that's really cute. Frou Frou is actually, Colt, I think you might be the only other person that has called me that, other than Tomi. Oh yeah, I didn't realize Tomi VIP'd me. I was too distracted by you two screaming. Aw, that's cute. I say Ghosty and Cass. Probably will be others eventually. Yeah, the longer you hang out with me, the more nicknames will happen. Cause I nickname people all the time. And sometimes I'll say it once and then forget it, but then other times it'll like stick. I have to imagine it's cuter coming from Tsutomi than me, given that Tsutomi is soft and I'm like a grown-ass man. No, it's still cute coming from you too. Honestly, every time I see the name Frou Frou, I know that it's supposed to be a play on fruit, right? Like, but and it's like cute. But honestly, it makes me think of are you guys familiar with the Aristocats? Because the horse in the Aristocats, her name was Frou Frou. And I think about that every time Tomi calls me Frou Frou. It's that horse was that bitch, you know? Do I have a nickname? Yeah, we were calling you Nemo for a while. Oh my lord, woman. What? 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 That horse was that bitch. Come on. You know what? You know You know I'm telling the truth here. She she kicked Edgar? She kicked Edgar right in the ass. Aristocats is like doxing our age? What do you mean? That's my favorite Disney movie. Making me feel old. Look, the Aristocats was around before I was, okay? I don't think that that ages me. It's my favorite Disney movie though because it's all hand done. No shot. Everybody wants to be a cat. You guys, my next cruise that I'm going on is the Disney Treasure. That's what it's called, right? The Disney Treasure, and it has an Aristocats themed piano bar. And it has the piano with all of the like little cat paint paw prints on it. I can't wait. I promise I'll take pictures when we go. Oh yeah, what started that Nemo and Marlin stuff? I can't remember. I can't remember. That was a community night really long time ago. I don't know, man, you mocked me for mixing up the cruise names. I did. Mhm. Yeah, because you said you went on the Wish as a child. And I said that's impossible. I said that's impossible. It was probably the Wonder. My favorite Disney movie is The Three Musketeers, and then second place is Beauty and the Beast. Oh. Oh, those are good options. Those are good options. Those are good options. I think Aristocats will always be my favorite because one, cats, two, painting, three, hand done, um, and four, cats. But I think if I had to choose a second favorite Disney movie, and all the sass, yes. God, I've never had to choose a second favorite. I always just go Aristocats and that's it. If I had to choose a second favorite Disney movie, my favorite Disney movie is Black. Oh, wait. What? Wait. Oh, like Black Cauldron. Yes, yes, yes. I was like Black. That's not. Yeah, the Black Cauldron. It's a good thing we don't end up on a cruise together or all hell would break loose. Yeah, yeah, we would just be fighting constantly, I think. You and I feel like we would just be fighting constantly. Pasting in the pensive emoji erased cauldron. It's okay. I knew what you meant, I just couldn't think of the second word without having it to read. All hell? Okay, maybe not all of hell. Okay. Um, my second favorite Disney movie. I might need to think about this because for some reason, when I think about Disney movies, I'm trying to think about the movies that I used to watch the most. Like when I was growing up, I kind of think second favorite would probably be hmm. I think my second favorite might be Pocahontas. I think it might be Pocahontas if I had to choose. Second favorite got you tongue-tied? Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's hard to choose because there's so many. The Jungle Book is one of my favorites. Oh, The Jungle Book. Yes. I always wanted to hug Baloo. My most watched movie growing up is absolutely not a Disney movie. It was Pokemon the third movie. I knew whenever Entei was gonna blast Ash off the cliff and Charizard would save him. I will never forget the first time I watched the Pokemon movie with Mewtwo. Um, that definitely changed my brain chemistry. Um, my most watched movie when I was a kid. Most watched. Hmm. I I don't I don't know if I can say. Because I don't think my most watched movie when I was a kid was actually like a Disney movie or a Pokemon movie or anything. I kind of think it was Happy Gilmore. I kind of I kind of think my most watched movie as a kid was Happy Gilmore. All right, eyes are heavy, going to bed. Go right to bed, Crimson. I hope you sleep soundly tonight. Thank you for being here. They had no right to try killing off Ash and making Pikachu cry. I know. I have a really good memory, and my mom would get annoyed because I would recite the lines and she'd start to ban me from watching it. Oh, God. Sweet dreams and have fun with taxes. Oh, wow. I can't believe you just said that. Don't remind me. Chad, I'm doing my taxes tomorrow. That's why there's no stream. Because I have to do my taxes. For me, it's Aristocats, Pirates of the Caribbean, Pocahontas, Nightmare Before Christmas, and Corpse Bride. See, Nightmare Before Christmas and Corpse Bride are definitely my favorites now. But like when I was a kid, when I was I can't finish that sentence without dating myself, so I'm just gonna stop. Don't bring the government here, it's a safe place. Seeing Pikachu cry makes me cry even now. That's true. That's true. Same, same. I can't, well, I'm a crier in general. So like if I'm watching someone cry on the television, I will also cry. Okay, you guys only have me for a couple more minutes. And then I have to like start thinking about being tired. I have to start considering being tired. Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Oh, are my alerts still quiet? I think my alerts are still quiet. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Hi raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Casket. I'm a Friendly Ghost VTuber. Wonderful, wonderful to see you. Welcome in. Today I did my first ever ASMR stream. But I'm typically a yappy ghost that doesn't ever shut up, and I play a lot of variety games. A fish raid. How are you, friend? How are you? Swirl Siren. I'm so curious about you. Were you playing anything, or were you just doing a just chatting stream? The energy drink crash hitting you, Ghosty? Maybe a little. Maybe a little. Another fish. Oh, Ghosty, do you know of the band The Home Team? I do. I do, actually. I I throw a dating show. Oh, really? Was it did how does wait, what? Why am I short circuiting? How did it go? How did it go? Do you have like seasons? Is there like episodes? Oh my gosh, thank you guys for the follows. Hold on. My 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 alerts are quiet. I need to What is frabbing? Oh god. um have you ever played the game Have you ever played the game Franbo? It's hard to explain, but I guess that's what chat is calling Franbo now. uh yeah, it's hard to explain. But if any of you raiders have to raid and run, I totally understand. Siren, thank you so much for sharing your community with me. Actually, let me make sure that I drop you a follow as well. Thank you so much. No, it was just one of my friends and it was kind of just one game, but they're asking for more. Oh, fun. Fun. Um okay, where's my alerts? We are going to replace this because that should work. Okay. It could be broken too. Hmm. Frab in time in Frabno. Yes. Wait, a Twitch dating show. Yeah, that's what they were talking about. Also, I just realized, Yasu, you're also a ghost. I love meeting new ghosts. It's my favorite. Oh, I see now. Yes. Hmm. I'm gonna only on a technicality. Oh, really? Only on a technicality, huh? Well, I wish I was a ghost only on a technicality, but I didn't get so lucky. Hello, Zero. Hi, Yoda. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you. Alas, I am not a ghost on a technicality. Yeah, casket's straight dead. Yeah, I'm like extra dead, actually. Incredibly dead. I ain't no ghost. This is weird. I haven't failed digging in the last 2 streams. Something bad is coming? No, don't say that. Nothing bad is coming. I believe in you. I believe in you. Yes, it was more for the jokes though. Hey, funny funny jokes are peak content. So, Cass, am I going to be beaten with a shovel? A shovel? I would never beat you with a shovel. Absolutely not. Shovel is not my weapon of choice. It was super funny. Good, I'm glad it was such a good time. So I grabbed my shovel. But you're not saying you wouldn't beat me, Ayo? No. I'm not saying that. I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. Uh I am. Oh, yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Refresh, maybe? Chat, I'm gonna do a fake alert. I just want to see if it works.
Welcome,
Ah!
foolish mortals.
I fixed it. Okay, I fixed it. That wasn't real. That was just me testing it. Okay. Wow, sometimes I'm handy. Sorry I need to raid and run. No, please go take care of yourself. I don't know what time zone you live in, but it's really late where I am, so please go get some rest. Thank you for sharing your community with me. They will be in safe hands here in the afterlife, I promise. Speaking of which, chat, if you haven't already, don't forget to claim your daily piece of fruit. Woo, let's go, you fixed it. Yeah, I'm a smart little ghosty. I can figure things out sometimes. I just had to like, really, chat, you want to know what the secret was? I just had to turn it off and on again. I just had to turn it off and on again. Honestly, the same goes for you, Cass. You also need to take care of yourself and rest. Are you telling me to go to bed? Wow. Chat, do you want me to leave? Great pains. I gone to Gangslain. I gone to what? Oh, it's a quote. I see. I was like, wait, am I having a stroke? No. No, I am not. I am? Just a couple more minutes, okay? Just a couple more minutes. I'm having too much fun. Hmm. It's the lyrics to I'm with Stupid. Oh. Someone should redeem the Am I Stupid? Because I sure am feeling like it right now.
Welcome,
Oh,
foolish
Zero, thank you for
mortals.
thank you for the follow. Thank you. I'm telling you that I can't enjoy a full-on haunting if the spirit haunting me isn't at 100%. You know, I'm going to allow it because I know this is just proof that you care. He's a loser. He's a loser, she said. No, I appreciate that you're concerned about me. I promise. I'm going to go to bed. It is 1:37 in the morning for me, so I definitely should probably look for someone to raid. Why is that so funny to you? Ghosty, get sleep whenever you can. I will. It's probably funny to me because I'm sleepy. That's why. Hey, my streak is at 69. Dude, every stream, there has been someone that said their streak is at 69. I guess that's just my MO. Ghosts ain't never sleep. See, that's where you might be incorrect because I do be sleeping. I need that. I need that sleep. Yume, Prox, Uni, and Tsutomi are all on. Oh, thank God I have someone to raid. Hell yeah. Bless you. Sometimes I get worried when sometimes I get worried when I stream really late. I always worry if I don't have anyone to raid. Ain't no motherfucking ghost be sleeping. Well, you have officially met one. Proxy's playing League, I think. Oh, really? Interesting. Every time I see her online, she's usually playing, or she's usually doing art. Oh, hi, Iceman. I was gone, and when I came back, Glow dropped me off here. I'm Glow's Chaos Gremlin. This seems like a cool place. I require Wi-Fi and snacks. Okay, good. Well, we do have that for you. We have plenty of fruit here, actually. I am quite obsessed with fruit. We have a lot of, blueberries especially are my favorite. But, you can have pretty much any type of fruit you want here. I hope that's okay. I hope that suffices as a snack. We also have cheese. So there's that too. She's corporeal, babe. Is just the answer when there isn't an answer. I am corporeal.
Cheese.
Cheese. Wait, what happened to the hand? Oh God, guys, all of my redeems are fucked up because they were off and now they're on. Hold on. Hey, did you get that back done? I am corporeal. I promise. Hold on, let me give you a free cheese redeem, because that should have worked. And it did not. Hold on. Let me find it. There's the cheese. There you go. Now it should be fixed. This is acceptable. Awesome. Thank you for your acceptance. Cheese! Yes. Corporeality is so fetch. Some of us still need to possess people. I didn't choose this existence, okay? It was thrusted upon me, and I'm just making the best out of what I have. And I'm just trying to make sure anyone that finds me also has a good time. So if I am fated to be corporeal, then that's just how it is. And ironically, you have no idea how hard I laughed at that. Some of us still need to possess people. I mean, I could possess people, I just choose not to. I have to focus. You guys ever seen Danny Phantom? You know how he's like corporeal and then he has to like focus really hard so he can like go through objects and shit? That's me. That's me. I'm corporeal by default. And then I have to think really hard to not be. And like, you know, sometimes the girl just doesn't want to think anymore. He was much more unique than the other guys. Indeed. It was then that he knew what he had to do. He had to stop all the ghosts that were coming through. Yes. Are you just reciting? You just reciting the fucking lines to Danny Phantom? I heard Danny Phantom. Uh-huh. I love Danny Phantom. I know the feeling about existing being thrusted upon you. Totally not a hint. Outside. Oh my god. Danny Phantom was such a fave. I'm reciting them with small changes. I see. Hmm. Okay. Take a guess who Wayne Static is? Gee, I don't know. I don't even know if I could guess. Uh, he's definitely some type of musician, right? Avatar was my Nickelodeon go-to, but so was Danny. Oh. Ghosty, it has been 8 minutes since my last time telling you to sleep. That is 480 seconds. Okay. All right, chat. I guess it's time to go to bed. Before I go, though, let me tell you my next stream, okay? For my friend Danny Phantom was there, hear me out. I don't think Danny Phantom was a hear me out for me. Danny Phantom was a hold me back. Danny Phantom was a yes please. Danny Phantom was oh my god for me. Yeah, so anyway, back to what I was saying. The my next stream, Sunday. Sunday at 3 p.m. EST, I'm going live with another episode of Open Casket. And we're going to be featuring my lovely fish friend Koi this Sunday for Open Casket. It's going to be so much fun. If you guys don't know what Open Casket is, it's my talk show where I do some art for my friend and we talk about their stream journey, we talk about their lore, we talk about what kind of content they make, and it's essentially a talk show for VTubers, but I make a little emote for them too. Yes, and I do have a Discord, so if you are wanting to join the Afterlife, please feel free. We have a lot of fun here. It sounds hella fun. Yeah, it's one of my favorite things that I love to do on stream. I like to do art and yap and like platform fellow VTubers. So it's gonna be a good time. So that's 3 p.m. EST on Sunday. I do usually stream on Saturdays, but I am taking tomorrow off. Vampires, Onis, foxes, bunnies, oh my. Yeah. Yeah, any type of VTuber. Hi, Laz. The seeds that the ghost has brought have carried all sorts of supernatural and paranormal activity. Yes. I've even had a flesh tuber on, too. The term flesh tuber is always crazy to me, but it is accurate. Yeah, so, that's happening on Sunday. Flesh tuber scares me. On Sunday is also going to be the day that I post my next schedule. So keep your eyes peeled for that. I will be posting it. I'm going to try to post it before stream, but don't quote me on that, okay? I just have to think about when I want to do my next late night reading stream. So, keep an eye out. If you guys are interested in the next couple of chapters on the book that we read tonight, keep your eyes peeled for that schedule, because it'll either be Friday or Saturday night. I may have added some profanity to the Discord. Profanity? What you mean, profanity? No quotes. All right. All right, let's go. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna raid Tome. Because she's playing Trials. Rest time now. Okay, I'm going. I'm resting. Let's see. Who is she playing with? Oh, it just says with friends. Okay, we'll support Tome. Rest well, Ghosty. Thank you. Oh, I almost forgot to give you guys my raid commands. This one is for my subscribers. Please copy and paste this over into the next chat when we get there, okay? And then this one is for everyone else. Thank you guys so much for joining me. She's playing with the cakes. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and letting me try something new and being so fun and supportive. Oh, it looks like she's ending. Okay, we gotta start. We gotta start the raid. We gotta start the raid. Thank you for following.
Mortals.
Thank you so much. We have to raid her before she ends. Thank you guys. Thank you. Have a wonderful night, okay? Sleep well. Glad I could be here as usual, and I'll see you some point Sunday. Yes, I will. I'll be streaming on Sunday. Trust. All right, guys. I love you. have a wonderful night. Rest well, okay? Take care of yourself, drink water, and I'll see you on Sunday. I'll see you at 3 p.m. on Sunday. Thank you guys. Good night. Good night, good night. Goodbye. Good night, goodbye. Mwah, mwah, mwah.